9-9, good position. Yeah, and eventually, oh, that's a great second shot. He has to get on this kid. He fakes, gets off, no time, no chance, reaps, will do it so incredibly well. It's been thrown down. LFC's going, oh, what a shot. Knew where he was, but still just goes for it anyway. Underneath the keeper barrier. Oh, he spots him. Gets a bit of help from N High. Cal, what is going on? How is he what is going on?
PCH, he's taken down the backstab from Turd V3, but that plan has not gone down as of yet. He could clutch up again!
Welcome back to the Asia League. It's been a hot minute, but we're ready to get underway. We do apologize for the small delay in starting, but we're going to speed run this bad boy. I'm Manic, and I will be welcoming in two commentators that are very close to my heart. And this time I'm going to say it with a bit of love. It's Xenox and Guz. Gentlemen, I'd love to ask how you're doing, but honestly, I don't care. We got games to run. Let's speed run this bad boy. Let's get into some power rankings very quickly to hopefully give some of these viewers a little bit of context here. Guz, I might kickstart with you here because Fury, you've got them at the top.
Yeah, I'm the one here that's going to make big calls, big bold calls, because that's what I'm paid to do. Fury, number one for me, but only just. And my only rationale behind this decision is the fact that Bleed had some strange dynamics within their roster heading into EWC. Turdstar was dropped. He then retrialed for his spot. And so I'm a little bit afraid that Turmoil could reappear for Bleed. Now, they performed well at EWC. Obviously, they qualified for Manchester as well. So I think it would be fair to pitch them as the strongest team heading into the region. But I think that Fury's stability could just give them the edge, but as shown by my rating, I still think it's very close between the two.
Jake, although things are quite close at the top, obviously Bleed and Fury, you know, they've been in every grand final for the last 3 qualifiers that we've seen. Once we start to get away from that, it still feels like there is a very particular order that we feel this is going to go.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, for Guz, his number one selection of Fury there is not outlandish. You can see that with the rating that you've chosen for Fury. Same with myself. I think it clearly is, you know, again, going to be a case of Bleed and Fury fighting for that spot to go to Montreal. So the onus then is on your Elevates, your Direwolves, and I guess to some degree your No-Caps in finding a way to elevate themselves to another level and looking to spoil that sort of top 2 party for Fury and Bleed. And yeah, I think for tonight's games, as we go straight into the predictions, is pretty cut and dry. I know, Rob, you always like to kind of follow the production and go for a coin flip, but I think we've got some games tonight that should be pretty simple. And yeah, Pengu is of course going to be joining the broadcast. You can see him there. I was a little bit confused when we came back when we went live and I saw your face and I was like, is that Pengu? Yeah, the bald head, the beard. I tell you what, Rob, you've copied him.
I'm not going to lie, I saw it out the corner of my eye and nearly panicked for a second. I'm like, hang on a second, where's my hair gone? Never mind that. Yeah, look, I think I've just gone for a coin flip on most. I'll probably coin flip the entire Asia League, even though we know that there are going to be games that are locked in. Let's use this as a very quick schedule, guys, to just quickly talk about maybe the last 3 games, I guess. It's probably very clear cut. For me, maybe the only game that is an unknown is the Elevate game against Rivals, just really because we haven't seen Rivals.
Yeah, for sure. Rival will be wanting to make a bit of a name for themselves tonight. Some fresh blood. Elevate are looking to take the next step in their campaign towards potentially qualifying for a major. I think they came into stage 1 of 2024 and it was rather promising, but it was certainly a team that needed more time to cook. And so we'll see if they've been able to do that over the break. They've had now quite a prolonged period to string that team together and refocus for stage 2.
Yeah, it's definitely been a long break for some teams. The EWC qualifiers might be the only competition that some of them have even played, and some of them may not have even made it out of the quarterfinals, and I can tell you there's quite a few that didn't. But let's start talking about the first matchup, because we do need to get this show on the road. We need to get this game started. Fury come into this as the bridesmaid of the entire Asia League. They have consistently, over the last 3 major events, only just barely missed out in a best of 3 series against Bleed, but they come into this with very much the same storylines. Xenox, there is no way that you can look at this roster and give them anything but credit.
Yeah, I think for Fury, it's just going to be a case of being able to take out Bleed, right? I think everyone else they should have relatively covered. You go back to stage 1 through the group stage. You know, they did end up losing to Bleed in that matchup, and that's when they lose a couple of credits in the bank. They also just started poor in general after losing to Shalita in day 1, but they improved as the season went on. And by the end of the stage, they had a very, very good grand final against Bleed. I was talking about it on the Jake and Guz show last night with Guz, and you know, there's every world in which they could have won that grand final 2-0 and went off to Manchester that second map going 8-6 concert. So they were that close, couldn't quite get the job done. So you come back into this stage now and you say, can you get over that hurdle?
Mate, I tell you what, the over-under on you plugging yourself in any broadcast is just, it's absolutely absurd. Let's go ahead and talk about the team that they will be playing, Dire Wolves. They've had a little bit of a roster shuffle, if you will. I thought Harambe might have been playing, but it doesn't look like he will be, obviously sitting potentially behind the team. Once again, just trying to direct things and move this conversation along to the map vetoes. We're not even going to bother. Harambe said, let's get this game on the stream. It's painful. Guys, as we look at these bands, I don't really think that I'm going to take any note on where we're going. I think that this is still a match that could be close, but Fury should be favoured no matter where we go.
Yeah, I suppose important to quickly note for everybody watching, potentially this is your first match of the stage if you missed EU. Lair is now in the map pool replacing Oregon, although especially in the Apex sub-regions, I at least am anticipating it to have a very, very low pick rate, and it's Dire Wolves to band it down on this occasion. We go to Club, again, very staple map. It's been in and around for quite some time now. It's the second preference map for Dire Wolves, although with their roster and now Juicy on board for coaching, that's probably going to shape up to be a little bit different now, whereas it's more of a mid-pack map for Fury. But again, a mid-map for Fury is certainly going to be one that's still dangerous for Dire Wolves, no doubt.
Mid-map, that I feel like that's got a ring to it. Now, there was, I think Furlax was shown in the rosters, but obviously he has moved on. So that will be Harambe sitting in place.
Dead.
And I did... Well, no, I said moved on. I didn't say he's moved on to the bloody afterlife, mate. I tell you, we just love it around here. But I think when we look at these two rosters, maybe to give a little bit of context, these are two long-standing rosters. Obviously, Fury have really not made too many changes over the last couple of years. Dire Wolves have come into it, and I think it's only Pika and Souffle that have lasted the test of time, if you will. So I'm a little bit worried about Dire Wolves heading into this Xenox. I think that this game could potentially slip out of hand if they're not careful. This is a very staple map, but having said that, this is a map that Fury should be well and truly comfortable on. We go to Clubhouse for the opening match of the Asia League. Will Dire Wolves get off to a running start, or will it be much of the same, with Fury taking on the form of dominance? Let's get underway. Jake, Guz, enjoy.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Don't work too hard. That was a very hot 5 minutes that we got from you there, but as always, top notch. Opening match of the stage, Guz. What about this? Fury, Dire Wolves, great game. We get a team that were very, very close to being able to win out stage 1, but ultimately fell short. As for Dire Wolves, slight change-ups. Harambe back into the chair. You've got Bin Bin now making his debut at this sort of pro league level. I mean, this is a free punch if you Dire Wolves, I think, right? Playday day one against Fury. Fury's got it all to lose here. Going over to Clubhouse as well. Dire Wolves first up on the defense. This could be a really good way to kickstart their campaign for stage 2.
Yeah, for sure. Eager to jump into things. It's the Grim off the board first. It's continued to be quite a prevalent operator, quite oppressive post rework, and teams are finding more creative ways to utilize that utility, and so it is becoming a more common ban. We don't see the hard breach directly taken out, as that Ying will be the second attacking ban. Again, somebody who's incredibly oppressive in the execute, and that's probably the environment in which Fury could have some of their weaknesses exposed if Divers want to play a really aggressive brand of Siege, which we have seen from them in the past. Valkyrie to follow through, and then the final defensive ban is probably a little bit more open now. It certainly will be in the next patch.
Looks good.
Yeah, he does look good. But it is the mirror, so pretty traditional.
Yeah, look at the mustache. He's got the little chin strap as well. I'll tell you what, Harambe's been hitting the gym.
He's looking fresh and fit. He's raring to go.
He is looking fit. No wonder he's back in the gaming chair, guys. He's ready to go for stage 2, and hopefully for his sake and his team's sake, the Dire Wolves as a whole are indeed. We get Pika back, Seals back, Souffle's back, and of course with Bin Bin. And look, one thing we haven't touched on, we didn't really have a lot of time on the proverbial desk. But Juicy in the coaching chair, Gus. Thoughts on that?
Thoughts on that? Unexpected is probably the one-word summarization of that acquisition for the Direwolves, but GC brings along a lot of competitive experience into this team. Now, it is from a playing perspective as opposed to coaching, and so there's going to no doubt be an adjustment period for him in learning that role and what he can actually offer to the team. I don't know if necessarily he'll be a quote-unquote motivational coach. I certainly would expect him to be more analytical, but perhaps at this level that could be what gives Direwolves the edge. I would say that typically Direwolves historically have actually had pretty strong mental and are quite a positive, upbeat team, so injecting some analytical skill into the roster could be a difference maker.
10 seconds left before insertion.
So, new HUD as well for those that maybe didn't catch
5 seconds to
EWC. It's
insertion.
making its way in here for Pro League. We've had a couple of EUL action days
Attackers
as
are
well,
heading out
so
to defuse a
I
bomb.
think people are starting to get used to the HUD. I do hope we continue to see some tweaks made to it going into maybe the major, although I doubt there's probably enough time for that. The best element that I've always really enjoyed with the new HUD, though, certainly is the location. Every single player, you get a really good idea. At a glance, it's very easy to see things such as a 5-stack basement. All 5 players for Direwolves in the basement. Over to Dirt, though, for an early push for him. Lycolis, who's taken a little bit of damage on the Hibana, and with the kit making its way through. Harambe looking to maybe make a little bit of contact. Might just be a case of shoot drone, fall back. So far has not actually been thrown out for a swing. Wants to make said contact. A bit of aggression from Harambe. Doesn't quite work out straight away. Down to 30 HP. We are going to see the Logic Bomb ring out from I9. And again, here comes the flashing shield of Blitz. And Crit will get the opening kill of this match and for this stage. And to follow it up from Lycolis behind him, getting rid of Souffle. Dark will go down. So one back at least for Direwolves, but already a defense that is being picked apart.
Yeah, shields are so incredibly powerful at the moment post rework. But the Monty and the Blitz incredibly viable, and there's even been matches where both have been banned out, and this is the reason why Critj is still able to go deep, collects yet another kill. No contest from the defense. Pika still, it is effectively 2 versus 2 with BG Man on the ground, so still salvageable. And Lycolis needs to transition in towards site and get pressure on the plant.
Minute and a half remaining. Bit of a scrappy way to kind of begin the stage. Certainly, Asia can play like that. And sitting still at the moment for Crit. Don't think they're going to be able to get BG Man back up, so it may end up just being a 2-on-2 here. Pika, what can he find? Coming out of church now. Nitrocell thrown towards the direction of Crit with a bit of help from Seal. They're able to take him down, and suddenly Lycolis on an island in a 1v2 with lots of time, and he swings and gets the headshot. Now, creating said 1v1. Seal, though, has the, well, health advantage. 2 HP for Lycolis. The pistol could get brought out here. As we go into the split view, really you can clearly see on the viewpoint of Lycolis absolutely stressing. And eventually tried to go for a boost. It fails and Seal gets a free kill. Yeah, red ping information the whole way, so no surprise there that Seal was able to close that one out. And look, scrappy start, but I did like what I saw in terms of the aggression from Direwolves. For Fury, pretty direct, playing through that dirt push. Not quite the typical way you would see Clubhouse get played.
Yeah, unfortunately there, the overall execution from Fury was a little bit sloppy. They didn't have the diffuser directly behind the Blitz and able to play off that immediate pressure. Instead got stranded over towards dirt. It then led to that really awkward 1 versus 1. And so just a case of timing and synchronization there from the Fury attack not being quite good enough. And so the plaudits go to Direwolves round 1. Eventually able to clean up the Blitz, and then really good work there from Seal in the 1 versus 1. Had that BPC information, and then immediately, as Lycolis looked to clear it, was able to swing and find that pick. He's 3rd in the opening round. And no doubt a bit of a confidence booster for DW.
Yeah, we go to the replay here. Again, the Blitz certainly can find success through dirt, and I think for the most part, if you're Crit J, you're pretty happy with that round, but outside of him on that Blitz, everyone else kind of just falling apart for Fury. Lycolis had a chance at the end, but I mean, he was always in the worst off position in comparison to Seal. Good start for Direwolves. Of course, we always kind of take note, defense, Clubhouse, as is the case when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege. These will be the sites, though, as we go upstairs. You know, gym bedroom and potentially cache and CCTV after this, where we will be I think seeing Direwolves get a bit more tested. If they can go around the world and get 3-0 start here, that would be great. Would put the pressure right onto Fury. So a big round coming up. Cycling the Shockwire battery, peek up. See already those ex-Kairos looking to open up the castle barricades to get some sight lines opened up in towards gym and bedroom. BG Man working the wall over towards kennels. This looks like it'll probably play a little bit more conventional manner than what we saw in the opening round.
Yeah, good start in terms of the utility from Fury. It's not being heavily contested from Direwolves. In fact, they're not stationed inside of Cash at all. Instead of double stacking Con with one deployable shield in play. Fury will drone this quite quickly and be able to gain this space. They do, again, they need to be mindful of that Con angle, but with the Monty in play, you can charge forward, get that information rather risk-free, certainly at medium range. Player spotted to the right, or at least the shield is pinged out. Angle still being held. This is really aggressive from Seal.
Struggling to make his way through on that Montang. You can clearly see this is proving to be a bit of a boon for Direwolves. Seal holding strong. Just over a minute remaining. Sentry well, hunting information. They clearly want to try and deal with this deployable shield. Maybe expecting the cross though. He's just not going to be able to get through. Lycolis had the pistol out. Really well played from Fury. That was a really well executed push in towards Con to clear out those positions and angles. Yes, Direwolves maybe wanted to play aggressive there, but ultimately that was their undoing. Maybe too aggressive. Nice done from Harambe, but at this point it's just stat padding. Although he finds 2, needs to find 3 more, and quickly shut down by BG Man. And it is an early attacking round found for Fury.
Yeah, really good bolt there from the cap. And Fury then able to capitalize upon that. The double stack from Con there from Direwolves was the setup to try and alleviate that pressure a little bit, or at least force a refrag once Seal's position was displaced. But unfortunately, that trade did not land. Fury able to collect, then got that space. Direwolves on the defense forced to then quickly try and make more plays in that position, even though they're unfavorable. Yeah, and then ultimately it unravels and leaves Harambe all alone. So good work there from Fury. Again, they're continuing to lean into the shield meta. It was the Blitz round 1, which helped create space and put them in a winnable position, but the diffuser didn't follow. Round 2, the Monty used to scout, get information, rather risk-free, then able to communicate for the Capital to come through, and with everyone else positioned correctly, it was a pretty easy cleanup. So from this point onwards, it's pretty clear to me that Fury are going to persist with it, and it's up to Direwolves to innovate defensively if they're going to stand a chance in leading at the end of this half.
Yeah, not ideal dropping a defensive round this early on, but I did like what I saw from Fury, even for the sake of Direwolves, looking to kind of just change things up rather than the kind of standard old siege that we typically see, even more so when it comes to Clubhouse. Certainly not the kind of holds that we will generally see. That round, the way that it played out, isn't one that's a copy-paste from the thousands of clubhouses that we've seen previously. Once again, going with the Montang, really leaning into the shield play for Fury. The Blitz in the opening round. Back-to-back usage of the Montang. As we do go back to gym bedroom. I think for Direwolves, it'll be kind of a case where now, okay, well, plan A didn't necessarily work. Now we'll go plan B. We'll try it out. Maybe a little bit more of a hold towards the side itself rather than, say, Con. Stock standard for Fury, though, as they go over towards CCTV. They'll open this up with the Maverick BG Man. Not too much pressure on this position, on this location. Seal inside a cache. Playable shield, Nitrocell, good utility for fighting Sentry. Of course, we saw it back in Stage 1 cars. Striker and Sentry actually got a pretty decent usage throughout Pro League, and I think that's going to continue here into Stage 2.
Again, similar here from Fury with the Habana pellets to help clear the castle barricades on the exterior. And those are now pressure points that the defensive Direwolves need to be mindful of, as the crossfires that can be established here now by Fury could prove to be dangerous again. It'll be interesting to see how heavily they invest in towards Con this time around. Fury again bringing the Monty and the Cap combo, and we saw that to great effect last round. Dark holding a flank through blue. I think that's Souffle on the other side. This is definitely a fight that Souffle will not win. In fact, he's very lucky to survive that. The only reason he wins that is because it's online. Or survives that. He didn't win it, but yeah.
Dial's now back to site. Is probably the right play here. Logistics bunkered down by Harambe. Pika though still holds lobby.
Attackers have located a bomb.
In fact, you've still got Souffle over towards blue as well. A little bit more of a slower pace here from Fury, and it's going to work out for Diables. They find the opening kill. Quick trade though from Critchet. Find 4 early on in this match. Good kill though from Dark. Double from the top of Fred Stairs, and suddenly again Fury find themselves in a pretty comfortable position. 30 seconds. Ring around the mattress. Easily won for Lycolis though, and he too, same as Critchet, now has 4 kills inside the opening 3 rounds, and Harambe solo once again 2 rounds in a row. It's deja vu on Jim Bedroom. Sure, it played out quite differently, guys, but the same ending comes through in the 3rd round, and it's a great start for Fury.
Yeah, and again, it's showing that Fury can match adaptation. Dai was there looking to play a double flank, which is very high risk. And despite losing the first pick, they were able to recover and then converge on the positions that were weakened there. And it meant that the flank never really had an opportunity to disrupt the push. So very positive response there from Fury. Back-to-back rounds. Looking like one of the top teams in Asia at the moment, as expected.
Attackers need to locate and
And for
defuse
them, it's
bombs.
about just continuing this momentum forward. Last time on basement, their attack was a bit desynced. They ran the blitz as opposed to the Monty, which they're showing currently to help facilitate aggression through dirt. Dai was not really bringing the hardest of counters to that potentially happening again. There is a focus on hard bridge denial with the Tubarao and the Kaid combo. Still double trap available though. So we'll see how Dai will adapt this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good start though, is it? I mean, this is a little bit
10
disappointing.
seconds to go.
I think when we kind of looked at the schedule for tonight, I think it may have been Rob J. Monday himself who kind of said, oh, we got a bit of a decent game to kickstart things, and you kind of look at Dials and you think that, as we said in our very short pre-show, this has got to be that next step, this kind of stage, right? You got to be looking at Fury, you got to be looking at Bleed. Can you find ways to get victories over them? Now, admittedly, of course, this is a league that has now got playoffs. Playday day one in this match, and a best of 1 is not necessarily be and all. Fury themselves, you think back to stage 1, lost their opening 2 Playdays and ultimately then almost won the grand final. But for me, defense to Clubhouse, and again for Direwolves, it just doesn't look like they're at the same kind of level as, well, Fury in this instance. Critchet, fast moving blitz through Con. Clears out this top floor. Does so in a pretty hastily fashion. 5 towards basement now for Direwolves once again as they look to try and find a second round.
Yeah, early logic bomb as well used from Fury to aid on the clear. Certainly not a strategy you want to be overly reliant on, as next week that will no longer be possible, or at least certainly not quite as early into the round with a refresh rework. It's certainly going to be an intriguing point to follow moving forward. How many teams are being prioritizing scrimming on the test server as opposed to the current live build? How much precedent, how much focus are they putting into this first Playday? As you've mentioned, it has limited stakes, but I think can still be used as a gauge. While I've been yapping, I9 has fallen. I'm presuming it was off the back of some damage from below, as that line of sight was being opened up. Now 20 HP, I9 needs to be mindful if he's to expend the rest of his utility. Meanwhile, vertical being established, and with 70 seconds on the clock, it's a bit of a stalemate currently.
Yeah, but I think Fury have already shown they've got the ability to hit site pretty quickly. The blitz, something to keep in mind. Was quite successful in the opening round, but that was through a dirt push. Even still here, whether it's down main or a hatch drop, I think Critchet can be quite influential towards the latter stages of this round. Lycolis will just open up in towards Church. He get back of Arsenal. Good positions at least for Direwolves here on site. All 5 players up. This is typically what you want. And the Zoto canister delaying here from Bin Bin. No kills yet here in his Pro League debut. 0-3 inside of the opening 4 rounds now. 30 seconds left. And maybe a good opportunity, though, on that 2 per hour to get himself on the board here, as Fury are going to have to just send their way in towards site. I imagine this is really going to be your chance to shine. Logic Bomb has been utilized by Dark. In they go for Fury, and it is indeed all Fury, as they just do as I said, guys. They hit sight, and they do it well. Crit J goes up to 6. The blitz, the shield play's been too good for Direwolves. They've had no counter. And for the 3rd round in a row, it's Harambe left by himself alive with like 4 or 5 players on the other side. This is not turning into a good game at all for Direwolves. In fact, it's an absolute disaster. This is shocking from Direwolves defensively.
Yeah, I think that round probably best highlights throughout, what we've seen thus far. A great experienced team versus a team of good players that are still finding their feet. The pre-execute setup there from Direwolves before the push came through looked great. They kept triple wall closed until the very end of the round. They had blue reinforced with Azami Keeper barriers, and that looked very difficult to push. Was well fortified. Kitchen hatch was still closed. There was really no pressure dirt that I could see either. It was very much a frontward stack there. But the second the triple wall got popped, Bin entered that line of sight, entered an unfavorable fight, lost it. The rest of the crossfires onto the blitz, again unsuccessful from Direwolves, and then they were able to flood that church position. So all of the hard work they did early on in that round, especially in regards to the denial utility, was really quite good. But unfortunately, that last phase of the round was where the differences were made. They're just able to find kill after kill after kill, and just 0 trades there from the Direwolves whatsoever. Like, Harambe is last alive, but he just has no impact from that position.
Yeah.
The blue hold as well, even despite me mentioning it was strong, and no value from there, so they didn't have that fallback position. Pretty much everything that could go right there for Fury did. So there was, I think, in some respect, a small element of luck that maybe Direwolves weren't able to find at least something in that round.
I think that comes
still
down
a
to
testament to
positioning,
their it was a testament to their pressure and positioning, and also their timing, which they've improved upon. Round 1 of this match, the timing was not great, but that has certainly improved.
So 3 attacking rounds for Fury. That's been a great start to the stage for them. They look like they're kind of picking up where they left off. And typically they rule the roost when it comes to this region. And Direwolves, I mean, look, it's a long way back now, but it's all about just kind of saving face, isn't it? I think forget the result. Win, loss, doesn't really matter that much at this point in the stage. It's such a long stage. You can build and find form later on. And you typically want to build and find it and peak that towards the finals, the playoffs. This is really just kind of a, in some ways, really high-level scrim. Superplay finds an opening kill onto Iron 9. Little change up here in the way they want to kind of defend this. Into the 5th round, 2 rounds to go in this half. They get rid of the Jackal of all people, who certainly can deal with this roam game. Taking him out early is going to make this a bit more difficult for Fury, and facing somewhat adversity early in a round for the first time here. You think back to even the opening round, they didn't really see much adversity. It kind of just came down to a bit of a scrappy fight, then a 2v2. Playing now down a player, but straight down blue. I mean, how is Crit J just allowed to waltz into sight? Flash, pistol, kill. Suddenly with a sight control as well, and they've got hatch. Guys, Direwolves are just, like, you got that opening kill. That's when you fall back sight. That's when you defend these positions, anchored down. Instead, they doubled down on the roam game, gave up sight. Crit J just slips in through the back door. Suddenly, it's a 4 versus 1.
Oh, it's round over. Unless Bin pulls off one hell of a clutch. 22 HP. And it is a 1 versus 2. Diffuser still to be collected. Lycolis revived though, so he can play for information. No 1 HP, and the Blitz still continues to have forward vision. Lycolis for the plant. And this round has been a little bit of a disaster from Direwolves. Overcommitting to the roam. Fury exploiting the weakest point of entry. Final player falls, and that's 4 rounds now for Fury.
Yeah, I mean, this is... So, the early portion of the round is actually not that bad. I think when you're playing basement, you go for a roam game. The idea, at least when you think of, like, what is our core win condition, it's find a kill. Get at least 1. When you kind of look at clubhouse basement at the highest level, like, if you're 4 attacker versus 5 defender, I don't have the statistics in front of me, guys, but I don't need it. It would be an incredibly high win rate for the defense already on what is a site that's typically, you know, tough to attack into. So it means that if you actually get that first win condition, then play to your second win con, which is to go back to site, hold positions, hold angles, play the cross, deny the ability to get into site, and they just don't do that.
Yes, I mean, sometimes you can play for delayed retake, but in the face of the blitz, where you need more than one player to establish crossfires and play into the util on site, it's just not a viable strategy in that instance. So, again, the credit goes to Fury because they're still finding these win cons. A lot of teams, they still would have been stalled out for a prolonged period and not just committed to a play. But they found that window of opportunity, found the
10
space,
seconds to insertion.
able to pull it off, and then even with a little bit of pressure towards that plant, still able to convert. So it's unfortunate here for Pika. Like, he's a solo player, and even with the mine there, it's just not enough to counter pressure Crit J on that blitz who's been running riot.
That's also like in that instant, like does Pika need to play Arsenal there? Can he not just push up if you're playing that roam game? You're almost giving them secret towards blue. That's a large portion of the map. Imagine if instead he's holding like generator looking towards secret, then he spots the blitz, then you fall off that, you can con that, you give yourself more time. Instead, it's like he plays the close angle on the door. By the time the blitz is swung around, you're already full white. Early logic bomb, by the way. Very early. And again, very fast pace. Crit J. I mean, he has absolutely decimated them with this blitz. It's been a tremendous performance from Crit J. Playing this very well, understanding his strengths and weaknesses, where he can push, can't push. It's another basement attempt here for Direwolves. I mean, and again, this time they kind of revert back now, 5 on site, try and just lock down these positions. So straight down to main. Crit J's. Or I mean, at that point, if you're Fury, you've already worked this out. They're either going to roam, and that's going to be a heavy roam, or they're going to be 5 on site. There's 2 minutes to go, and they've already got bot main.
Yeah, the shield rework has exposed a lot of teams that struggle defensively in establishing ways to counter them. And I know that's ironic to say because they are very difficult to counter in the current state, I understand that. But the best teams, either in the pre-match, we'll discuss that and have a plan to deal with it, or they just straight up ban one of the shields. And I think if Direwolves had their ban phase over again, especially with this intel going forward, I don't think the Blitz is going to be making it through in future.
What about the Montang though, which we know Lycolis can play really, really well. We already saw it. Gym bedroom, I think. This is just
one or
clearly...
the other. One or the other.
I mean, absolutely. You got to get at least rid of one.
Like Lycolis at least has a bit more of a historical.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
There's a precedent there that he's played the Monty in the past, which was why I was a little bit surprised I didn't ban that. Again, in hindsight, though, Crit J's been farming on Blitz, so yeah, I think whatever the approach was pre-game from Direwolves, it was always going to be a challenge. But as evident, Fury
Man, Crit J is just like
abusing
abusing this blitz. Rotates towards Oil, drops down. He could just sprint down here, really. Can shoot him to try and slow him down, but now he can kind of slow his own pacing down on his own volition. I9 with an easy kill onto Bin, and once again, they fall apart. Flawless. Absolutely flawless attacking. And you know what? I mean, for Fury there, that is exactly what we expect from them. That is exactly how they should be playing. When we did the power rankings, I want to say I'm gonna scroll back up and find ours, because I know that when we kind of talk about this region, it's this proverbial top 2. It's Fury, Bleed. You gave Fury a 9. It's looking great. You're looking like a genius. Bleed not too far behind, 8.9. And then you had Direwolves at 5.5. I tell you what, guys, you've hit the nail on the head here. So is Rob. And somewhat, maybe I could have put them a little bit lower the way that I'm kind of looking at it right now. I had it as a 2.5 gap. That's not good enough. So 5-1, really dominant half. How much? It's always that combination as well, right? It's part Direwolves and it's also part Fury. Direwolves, the way they played that defensively, quite shocking. Fury, though, on the other hand, abused the blitz. Really good play from Crit J. Good teamwork, reminding that attack in towards Con, where Direwolves offered a little bit with that shield play. Fury worked through that really nicely, really well, and worked out a way to take that round comfortably. So really good half from Fury. Loved what I saw from them.
Yeah, Fury abused the meta, and again, it is the shield meta at that. Very difficult to counter. I'm not sitting here saying it's easy. Even some of the best teams struggle, but that's why they'll ban one of them out in the prep phase and then have better systems inside of the server to try and deal with the second, which may pop up. If Fury can do it in the first half, maybe Direwolves can remain somewhat competitive here in the second. They'll bring the Monty for round number 7. It is basement defense. But Fury looking to aggress here a little bit on the roam. Several outlines off-site. And so we'll see how Direwolves look to try and break this down. more likely than not that Harambe will send it forward and scout for information on that Monty. He also has Secretary Hardbreach as well to aid in a bit of destruction as well if required. The Habana and Mav also available for sight if needed.
Yeah,
Here is Harambe, and this is the key part of the round.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting, right? Because we spoke about why would you not ban the Montang or Blitz. There's every world in which you don't ban the Montang because Harambe can play it and they want to play it. And maybe they look at the Montang as that crutch to allow them to enter sites. 4 versus 4, nicely done from Harambe entering in on the Montang. I think what they will take away from this is if either they're not going to play Blitz and coupled with the fact they don't know how to play against it, that becomes a target ban if you die wolves. So you can take certainly learnings from this game. I mean, by no means is this over, but I don't envision Direwolves are going to find 5 attacking rounds here on Clubhouse against Fury. Somewhat okay start, 90 seconds left, 4v4. You still got Harambe on that Montang. Full health. Right, Giselle, avoid it, never mind. What? How are you losing your life there? I need a replay of that one. Stat, Harambe must have had shield down. Easy kill for Crit J on the swing. Making his way up main. And Fury with the player advantage now coming into the latter stages of this 7th round.
Yeah, pretty inexcusable mistake there. The Monty giving away his life for free, untraded. Now no pressure down bot main, which that shield would have really helped provide, and in combination with the motor hatch being opened up, would have made things quite uncomfortable for the defense. Now not the case. 2 smoke canisters still up to help stall. First one, a little bit of a waste. The Souffle still able to open up the hatch. Pika immediately drops. Flash through.
Got 1 drone. There's no info. This is just a drop. Hope for the best. A bit of a blind swing here. Pika has really no idea where these players are and eventually loses his life. I mean, that's just a dry push from Pika. 4 versus 2. Admittedly, yeah, the drone economy has just been really awful from Direwolves this round. Fury played this so well, though. As soon as they even brought it back to 4v4, they fell back to sight. There's really no time, no chance for Seal. Stuck in, mate. Swing, I9, swing, my boy. He doesn't even need to swing. He does lose his life. Probably should be winning that if you're I9. Close angle, a little bit of an off angle. Jay will finish it off with a shotgun, though. And it is a 6th round found for Fury. Well, we had some technical difficulties getting the stream up tonight, Guz. But guess what? Speed run means we are back on schedule.
How very kind of... was it Fury or Direwolves? I'm not too sure. Either way, tactical timeout. So a pause in the action. Funnily enough, from Fury... Maybe just quickly chatting over that previous round, what their setup is going to look like for their next defensive objective. It will more than likely be Gym Bedroom. That's the popular rotation currently. But back to the previous round, as that shot missed.
I feel like he was holding that too close to the wall and needed to maybe lean it out a bit to the left. He's not going to jiggle peek that.
He's playing land meta online. It's like that other engagement. But once the Monty dies there, and especially giving the advantage away, it's just round over. Like, it's been very clear in this match how powerful the shields have been in creating space and these playmaking opportunities, and to lose it for free over towards main stairs was just a massive blunder.
How much do you put into the stock? You know, you look at those Fury cameras and you got Vaughn behind them, or Mad Duck Ranger, whichever one he goes by. I think it's Vaughn on the back of the shirt. And like, you're in this setup, you've got your coach standing behind you. It's almost like LAN environment for them. I mean, that's such a big advantage when you go to then look at Direwolves and they're all playing in their bedrooms, etc. Like, it's not a lot. Like, I don't think it's like a massive, like, 50% boost, but it's a good 5-10%. It is something.
No, totally. I think that kind of environment exemplifies both strengths and weaknesses. If the dynamic of the team is great, then everyone gets a big morale boost. If it's shit, well, then you're all in trouble. So it's all about maintaining that strong culture and environment, and I think that over the years, that's something that Fury, with their stability, have been able to achieve probably more so than other rosters. So that's why I had them top team in the region. Only just, but I'm liking what I'm seeing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you must feel a little bit vindicated. You had them as your #1 seed. I mean, I don't think there's a single person that was like, oh my god, guys, how could you have that? You know, when you kind of look at... I mean, I've seen pretty much everyone's rankings, and I think everyone's thoughts are very much that it's like 1A, 1B when it comes to Fury and Bleed. For Fury, though, it's like, you know, we said on the pod was, what is their limit? Have they reached it? Is there something else they can go to? I mean, what I'm seeing right now, though, is a Fury that is taking this very seriously compared to the beginning of Stage 1, where they looked a little bit lackadaisical in Stage 1. Recall back stage to Playday 1, Playday 2, in those losses. They really just got off slow. This is the complete opposite. Fast, straight away, straight into it, not messing around. 6-1, get the job done. And it's a really good thing to see. The professionalism for Fury, I think, maybe has gone up. And I'm very excited to see what they can do this stage.
It's all about peaking at the right time, though, in this league. So hopefully for Fury, it's not a case of laying all their chips down here in the first couple of weeks and then other teams read them and catch up. Pika, though, to find entry here around 8. Monty to scout inside of Cash, and that allows Pika to get another. So good work there from the Dials, playing around the Monty correctly this time around. Crit J still a threat, though, up to 13 kills. But a tall ask alongside I9 to bring this round back.
Yeah, certainly with that Montang as well still on the table. I mean, if that had been dealt with, then there's every chance that maybe you could bring this. But, you know, Crit J, like, well, look at that contact, but can't do a lot about it. Frag grenade, second one, got a bit of damage. Crowd headshot onto Pika. Yeah, go small, my friend. Goes for the guard break early because he knows he can go quite fast. He has played this so well. Again, trying to just get the shield down, and he does. Crit J, he can finish this one off. Oh my goodness. Suple's scared. He doesn't know what to do because Crit J's hunting him down. Fury have taken this one 7-1. Oh my goodness. It's over. Oh, just...
What was the end of that round? I don't think I have ever witnessed a conclusion to a match. Never mind a round quite like that. That was
baffled. I am completely baffled. I said coming into this stage, I've got my son sleeping in the other room. I don't want to get too loud, but like that, I'm just like, what just happened? All right, let's get Rob in.
Yeah, let's get Rob in.
Oh, hey, I don't know what I just witnessed. I think I just witnessed a murder. I think that was just a
There's
flat
nothing
out
there,
murder.
Rob, to pull out, so you just got to scratch it.
I know, it's all gone. It's all gone. I mean, like, Crit J could walk on water at this point, and I would not be baffled. This is just a display of dominance from Fury, and coming into today, this was a very big talking point for both Fury and Bleed, which is that they have to get off to a start that leaves no questions. You know, I think Xenox made a couple of points about, you know, the Jolita match that that Fury had back in Stage 1, which it was a very close 8-7, which... At the end of the day, a lot of people were talking about SI burnout, right? But for Fury, they're coming off the back of really a massive break. They've only had EWC quals coming into this. We needed to see a Fury that was going to make a statement from the start. They've absolutely done it. Now, Guz, I don't want to harp on it too much, but the conversation about shields and the way that we need to, I think, preface it on the desk. How would you best describe what we're expecting to see this stage? And I'm saying that with no cap. I'm saying that seriously, because what I just saw was an absolute onslaught.
I think I would describe Shields in their current state is that they exemplify strong attacking teams by, you know, allowing them to get that information rather risk-free and then convert that with pressure. And on the flip side, it really exacerbates and exposes weak defensive teams that don't crossfire properly, that feed into it, that don't counter it correctly, that offer no counter pressure. And again, like I said, I think a couple of times on the broadcast, like, that's easier said than done. I'm under no illusion that the shield rework is very strong and it's difficult to play against. But we've been begging for attack buffs for ages now, right?
A long time.
So I don't absolutely despise it. And as we saw there, good players like your Crit J's can still counterplay against shields if you have the correct mechanics and you're able to get yourself in playmaking positions. So I think that's going to be a trend that we continue to see throughout this stage, probably playing catch up to some of the other major regions. And yeah, not anticipating that pace to slow down. Hopefully, hopefully Zerx doesn't DC. But hopefully see more teams ban out shields going forward.
Sorry, I'm just playing with my focus slider because I got to focus up.
Oh, that's true. You're going to have to focus up. I think the rest of the team is going to have to focus up. Look, it's rough. It's rough to see that for Direwolves. I think there's I want to throw back to a stat that I saw at the end of the first half, which is 1.4 KPR. Now, KPR stands for kills per round. That is how many direwolves had. That was their KPR. Crit J alone had 1.3. So that's kind of showing you the difference between what that first half probably could have looked like and what it ended up looking like. Xenox, when we start to, I guess, preface this for the stage, do we open the conversation to, where direwolves potentially are coming into this? Because they've lost 2 players. We've got Harambe, who we all love, we all know and love. There's no question about it. He hasn't played for a very long time. I'll give you a little bit of context as to what I'm throwing to you with. I spoke to Harambe right before we came to broadcast, and he was saying he's a little bit worried for the stage just because obviously, there's a little bit of turmoil in terms of players being settled and prepared and him having to come in. It feels a little bit janky for the roster right now. I mean, what hope do we have for direwolves after a start like this?
Yeah, probably not a lot. But again, it's always that sort of... It's probably never as bad as you think it is. And maybe it's not always as good as you think it is, right? You're going to have levels to this. And I think for direwolves, you got to break it down as a team and say, hey, look, it's Playday 1, it's day 1, shocking start. What can we learn from it? What can we take away? What are the key takeaways? And the easiest one is, this is actually now where Juicy's job begins. It didn't begin when he joined. It's now. Right now, this is where Juicy's going to get paid the big bucks. If he's getting paid, I have no idea. Hopefully he is. Because now this is where you go through with your coach and you break it down and you dissect and you say, okay, well, where did things go wrong? Well, clearly, Guz can see it. I can see it. Rob, you can see it. Blitz, shield play, all of these kind of things. So you can kind of take it step by step and say, oh, well, okay, that was clearly where things went wrong. How do we rectify that? How do we work on that? How do we then fix it? And then who knows, when the teams meet again in playoffs, either they ban it or they figured out how to play against it. So I wouldn't, as I said, it's not as bad or it's not as good. It's Playday 1, but a really good result for Fury.
It certainly is. And again, just to reiterate coming into this stage, again, I know we kind of prefaced it before the start of the show, actually, as we pretty much introed the entire league. Fury are at the exact same level that Bleed are, and there's no doubt about it. The big question will be, where do they stand at the end of the stage? Can they come in? Can they make that announcement? And fortunately, we actually have someone that might be able to answer some of our questions. We've got Lycolis on the line. Let's welcome him in for the first time for Stage 2. Lycolis, congratulations, massive victory. I mean, there's no two ways about it. I see you might be in a new facility behind you. What's the feeling like as the team coming into Stage 2?
In our boot camp in Thailand like a month ago, we've been screaming every day, preparing for the stage. So I think we are very ready to win this tournament for the major, to go to the major. Yeah.
I also know that you guys have been working really hard recently. You're prepared. You're ready to go for Stage 2. But I just want to take us back to the end of Stage 1. You lost that grand final. You really could have won that 2-0 and gone to the major. Did you guys just have to kind of take a little step away mentally, take a bit of a break, knowing for a while that it was going to be a big break? Did you guys have some time outside of the server to just kind of reflect on things and then know, okay, we'll get back into the server, pre-Stage 2?
Yeah, we did. After the loss, we just kind of have some small talk at the end of the game, and then we just kind of talk how much what did we mistake, what did we fail to do, what did we do wrong, and then we thought some of the solution while we talking, and then we decided we were gonna work on it when we coming to the boot camp later on last month. So before last month, 2 months ago, we were just kind of chilling, just take a break for for a week, and then after that, and I just his wife just giving birth to the daughter, so we were kind of giving him some time with his daughter, a week, and then he just went to our boot camp to prep and scream with us. Yeah, that's what we have been doing.
Sounds good, Lycolis. Now, one thing we mentioned on the broadcast is this is very different to last stage, where in week 1 and week 2 you actually lost and then came back throughout the stage and made the grand final. Now that you've started off the stage well, how do you guys maintain that consistency and make sure that you don't drop off towards the end of the stage?
We don't think much about our consistency in the game day. We kind of focus on like our objective was to going first like our goal in here is to going to the playoff, right? So if we lose just some map, we don't really like think much about, you know. Our goal was just to go into the playoff. So we only focus on to the like to you know, because like if we like really like focus to be the one into the in the main state, it's gonna be like to overwhelm on our mental. So we gotta go step by step. Yeah, so just you can see from today, I would say that we prep a little bit for about them, but in the early game we managed to like take control overall like in every round, and it make us like easier to win the round. Yeah.
Now, Lycolis, I've got a question that I think everyone is dying to ask, which is, what do you think of Blitz?
Bliss. What do I think about Bliss? Like the over
What do you think?
the over right?
Yeah.
I mean, usually like we didn't play that much, but when we saw the opportunity that they are doing something like in our favor, if we playing base, we're gonna play them. It doesn't matter. If we don't have players, it's okay. We're fine. We could play like another way. So you could ban other the next team. You could ban it.
I think that's
all-
cap.
it's-
I think he's capping.
Hey, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we think. It only matters what he thinks. Lycolis, thank you very much for joining us. Is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
No, I'm pretty much like happy with daily results. So maybe see you guys next week. I hope I'm be the one in tomorrow, not next week. Yeah.
That. Yes. Yeah, it is. It is tomorrow. It
Yeah.
comes around real quick, mate. We'll see you tomorrow, no doubt about it. Happy man. Happy man.
So what you're
and
saying
that's
is
the
they're
kind
going
of
to lose to
result
no
that
cap
would be.
tomorrow, right? And we'll see him next week.
Yeah, well, that's basically what
But actually,
he's
next
saying,
week's against Bleed,
unfortunately.
so maybe.
So maybe, who knows? Who knows? Well, Guz has got him above Bleed in his predictions. So who bloody knows? Look, it's probably a little bit of a sour note to start the Asia League on. I genuinely thought, you know, that with Direwolves coming in from stage one, they looked pretty strong throughout the entire stage. Yes, they had some fumbles, but they also performed very well. There were not a lot of games that either blew out in either favor for Direwolves or against them. So to see this kind of after such a long break, it's a little bit heartbreaking, but Guz, fortunately, they can move on and start thinking about their next game. But, I mean, speaking of our next game, it's probably, do I just say we need to be careful for what we expect?
I think you have to be careful for every game in Asia, Rob. Any game can throw something into the mix in this region, and even to an extent, match one. I don't think many would have pitched that to be as one-sided as it was. And I'm intrigued to see going forward. Does anyone call Lycolis' bluff on the Blitz? Do we see that establish a bit of a trend? I tell you what, the head-to-head against Bleed in the ban phase for that match is going to be real intriguing, especially being on the new patch. So a lot to look forward to for Fury, and for Direwolves, it's now about picking themselves back up.
Yeah, we look forward to Elevate and Rivals. Xenox, actually, are you taking a break next game? Or are you
No,
on?
Guz he's too stressed out after that shield play, so he's going to be moving aside for James. Moving on.
Okay, well, I might go back to you then, Guz. What do you think about Rivals? Do you reckon they've got a chance up against Elevate? I feel like Elevate are definitely cementing themselves as the third best team, and who knows what they've done in the break? They could really close that gap.
Yeah, I'm genuinely pretty high on Elevate. Again, because there's very limited data, we only have a single stage to go off, and they were very much building themselves up in said stage. Long break, a lot can go wrong. Equally, a lot can go right. So I am anticipating them to establish themselves as the third best team, and they should prove that in the next match.
All right, well, speaking of the next match, it's time for us to take a quick break. We'll be back after this with Rivals taking on Elevate.
Break.
Changing mag!
15 seconds remaining.
We thank you for your patience over the break we just had, extended, albeit, but we are ready to go, or at least so we've been told. Rivals now take on Elevate in a game that is sure to, I want to say, squash expectations. Rivals coming into this very much an unknown. Elevate coming off the back of, I would say, a very strong series. I should say season. But we do have Dev joining us on the desk, and hopefully he will give us some insight. Dev, hey, what's the feeling like going into this second map?
Yeah, I think that we get finally to taste and test what Elevate are looking like this stage. Of course, they have had a bit of a a crazy year, big shake-ups, looking to bring in some international talent, high expectations. They kind of look at themselves as like the runners-up to Bleed, even though Fury are one of the top teams and actually don't have any international imports. Of course, as you can see from the jersey flags shared over from the UK, these guys are gunning for that spot at the Montreal Major, and they will need it for a shoe-in at making SI, which is no doubt their priority. However, Stage 1 didn't quite go to plan for them. They had a decent run through the EWC qualifiers, but eventually fell to Fury. And of course, it's not just Fury, but also Bleed, which will be the main team standing in their way of making Montreal this time around. But there's no doubt these guys are still huge players in the region.
Xenox, we all had them firmly placed in third. What are your thoughts coming into stage 2?
Yeah, I had them firmly placed in third.
Fantastic. Let's move on to Rivals. Roster that is a bit of a makeup from, Jackie Wu. Let's just say that outright. We love Jackie Wu. It's good to see him back in the league pretty much immediately. But this roster, I believe, has come from a team that were competing under the name Devil Package at the start of this year. Now, whether or not they are going to be able to see any success in this league, it's really going to boil down to today. This is a game that it's a very difficult ask. It's a tough challenge for Rivals to kickstart their Stage 2 campaign against Elevate. Elevate 1 have something to prove, has something to go off. Rivals are coming into this with I'm just going to say a quiet qualifier. I don't think by any means there was anything spectacular in the conversation. I do believe they beat out Daystar to make it here, which I guess Dev is in it on itself. It's something worth mentioning.
Yeah, I think overall they can be reasonably happy with how they went through the qualifiers and their general recent history. As you said, they beat Daystar, which was in the league in Stage 1, and of course, the reason why Daystar are not here now is because Rivals took them down. They even took some maps off some pretty solid teams, including No Cap, and so they have experience versing teams from this league before, but this is going to be the greatest test of them all.
It certainly is. We're going to speedrun through this map, Vito, and we're headed to Clubhouse, and Rival Esports decide to start on attack. Jake, after what we've just seen, we surely will not see a ban phase without a shield on the attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I mean, I actually kind of believe Lycolis. I mean, maybe call me a little bit guilty of being gullible, but I think that there's other tactics. It doesn't just have to be a case of, pick up the bloke with the shield and run around. I think Crit J has already shown throughout his career he's more than just that. He's a gunner as well, and has been, in some cases, regarded as one of the best players in Asia. So I think it's more than just that. But look, yeah, I think the shield play is going to be prevalent across the board in all regions, on a lot of maps and Clubhouse especially. So it's something to consider, as you said. I do wonder if we'll get some bans out. And yeah, I don't know. I think coming into a game like this, if you're Rival, it's kind of like, what are your own internal expectations? Because our expectations are irrelevant. Elevate for me are that third place team. I wasn't joking. I think that they're the third team in this region. For Rival to beat them would actually be a pretty big result. That would actually be, in my mind, a bit of an upset. So are they looking at this stage as like going all in, we want to make the major, or are they kind of looking at it as, hey, like, relatively new team, let's build, let's just kind of start slow, one game at a time mentality?
Well, I can give you a little bit of indication. I did speak to Jin, so that's obviously somewhat of a leader on the team from what I've been told. It's kind of hard to know because the team's only really been formed about 6 months ago. One thing he wanted to make abundantly clear for the entire roster is that, and I'll quote this exactly, we've got some young superstars who just turned 18, so we shall see how the young blood goes, Dev. If that's anything to go by, this could be a fiery match, and I hope to God it is. Rival Esports kickstart their debut against what is considered a very serious threat for playoffs. Elevate start their opening match, and this should be a convincing one from them. We head to Clubhouse.
Very much, Rob. Yeah, Elevate really are the favoured team here. Jake knew two ways about it. But I think Rival are a shoo-in for top 4. I think top 5 is pretty achievable if Direwolves continue to have poor form. Of course, there are 2 former Direwolves players on this Rival roster with Songla and Jackie Wu. And in combination, getting some veterans like them and getting some of the new blood, I think there's a solid chance that they might be able to do a little bit of damage, but this is going to be the biggest test they've had. This is by far the best team they've ever played against. In the past, I would say No Cap's probably the top team that Rival have ever played, so this is going to be a real test for them.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think Rival's going to make top 4, top 5 at all. I think they'll probably be bottom 3. There's nothing wrong with that. That's my own assumption on them. And by the way, the Shields both banned out. Montaigne, Blitz, no surprise. Spoke about it. Rob is a clairvoyant. Doesn't really take too much of a genius, though, after what we saw in that opening game. Vigil and Two Brow to follow. But, yeah, I think the issue with me for Rival is, are we going to see similarities like, you know, Bin just then on Direwolves, return to Harambe, right? Like this new roster put together when you're going up against a Fury and a Bleed, and then even to a degree Elevate, No Cap, 2 rosters too that have held strong stability in their rosters. You don't have that stability. And you're coming in quite new, quite fresh, quite green. And look, who knows? Maybe they can cause an upset early on and we change our thought process. They'll be attacking first half here. Perfect opportunity. House money. Attack Clubhouse for a team with little to no expectation against an Elevate roster that I put in that same package of Direwolves. Direwolves failed me. I hope Elevate don't, because I really do want to see someone else be able to challenge Bleed and Fury's superiority in this region.
Yeah, and really we look at Asia as a 3-horse race with Elevate, Fury, and Bleed, but it would be nice to see teams like No Cap start challenging that. And I do think that Rival do have a solid chance at challenging the mid-pack. Of course, the way that this league tends to always pan out, you got the SEA teams, you got the South Asian teams, and unfortunately, just the way the cookie crumbles is that the teams from South Asia tend to struggle to make it out of the bottom 2. And of course, Direwolves at the moment, I think, are really struggling to find their footing. Of course, that may change. We've only seen them play 1 game so far, and it wasn't great. I think Rival have a chance at challenging all of those 3 teams at the bottom, potentially even No Cap, having seen that they have taken maps off of No Cap in the past. But this is a huge test for them. I want to be optimistic because I want to see the league shake up. You know, once upon a time, APAC South was so tight. We were in a 7-horse race for all these major spots. And Elevate just want to prove that they can be in with a real shot at Montreal.
So no shield play. It's not quite going to be an exact replication of game 1 at the very least. So it does mean we kind of go back to basics. That's the way I imagine this is going to play out. I kind of said it on the broadcast with Gus earlier that, you know, the way that we were kind of seeing the first match get played out with Fury and Direwolves was probably not quite the norm, not quite the conventional way that you'll see Clubhouse get played out. Up a little push in here from Nyquil, and he does get a bit of space, but falls back off it. So I think this is going to be the kind of match where both teams will, well, probably play to a standard. Good opening kill, at least from Jackie Wu. The offcast from Direwolves set aside, now making a return, and he does get an opening kill. A good start for Rival. This is where Elevate have to now consider. Do they go aggressive here, go for a counterpunch themselves, find a pick, then go back down to basement? Well, that is shut down in bar, though, from Nyquil. Jackie Wu's found 2.
Yeah, this is really nice from Jackie Wu, and overall, from Rival, they've taken 2 picks from Elevate. They've won this roam game. With half the round left, they pushed all the defenders back to side. I can see why Rival love this map so much. This is actually their favorite map in the last 3 months. They haven't banned it once. It is their most won map. They've actually on an 8-game win streak here on Clubhouse. In contrast, Elevate typically hate this map. It's their 2nd most banned map this year, and they've only won it once. So it's a new map that they're trying to introduce into their pool, and Rival is certainly going to make it hard for them to do that.
Still decent drone economy, getting in towards kitchen. More kills though, Jin. Okay, that was a little bit reckless though. With the hatch opened up, he just puts himself in a bad spot. Gives a freebie over to Speakeasy. Sure, there's only 2 players left, but shared Speakeasy capable. But it's a push. Songler, he just gets aggressive. They've got the numbers. Why not? Head sight, and they do just that. The plan's going to go down. Shed in a solo play. 1 versus 4. It's going to be a great start for Rival. The attacking round win. You'll take that. And that's exactly what we want to see from them.
Yeah, pretty cut and dried there, Jake. Rival really strong on that roam clear. Really pretty easy to just overwhelm the side with the numbers advantage. Not much to say other than Rival know how to pick apart Clubhouse. They know how to hunt these roamers. And I think Elevate need to give them a little bit of respect. For example, Lycolis there in bar using his impact grenade to go for a kill onto the player in pool. Rival are ready for that. Like, Jackie Wu is not a green player. He's been in the scene for a very long time. He's played at a major before, and I think that he's bringing that leadership into this roster. He's not scared that he's playing against a big name like Elevate.
Good opening round. I mean, sure, I think from Elevate's perspective, they don't play this necessarily wrong. You don't want to just bunker down on 5 on basement against a team like Rival. And in some ways, you kind of need to be that big dog. You kind of need to be a threat inside of the server, go for the roam game, try and find those contacts. But any contact found early on went the way of Rival. And you mentioned, of course, the experience of Jackie Wu. You know, we know Songler has that experience as well. So it's not like a super newbie team by any means. It's more so just the fact they've all kind of just come together as of recent. Great start, early attacking round. Probably settles the nerves if they had any as well coming into this stage for Pro League. For Elevate, though, it maybe does the opposite, right? This is a team with expectation. I said it for Fury. They needed to win their opening match against Iwills. Not only did they do that, they did so in a resounding fashion. For Elevate, defense, club, against a new team, got to be finding a result here early on in the stage, otherwise not looking good.
100% agree. Well, Elevate are going to go back to the basement, but they will change things a little bit. They're not going to overcommit to the roam, which I think is a good idea. Instead, they're going to bunker down and look at the site, see at the best way that they can hold on to it. There's still a little bit of a roam, and it's once again upstairs in construction. And Hykel really feeling that pressure. He has been a solid fragger for Elevate in the past, but he's being hunted down and taken out quite quickly there. Great opener from Scarlet. And Rival, once again, looking to dominate this roam clear.
It reminds me a little bit of like 2022 APAC South, that run gun meta. You know, a lot of people internationally became aware of, you know, the fast-paced nature of APAC, especially South version. And Rival had just given me a hint of that. I think over the last 12 or so months, Dev, the idea that in Asia they've started to want to play a little bit more of a style of Siege that would hold up better internationally. Maybe Rival just kind of come into this and like, let's just frag out. Let's just take it back a little bit and try and dominate the region to get ourselves really a foot in the door. They're going to bring that nice and early. It's Clubhouse. They know that Elevate aren't just going to sit 5 bodies on site. They want to be aggressive, play the roam game, and they look ready for it.
Yeah. Speaking of, Arpe has decided to be a little bit of a sneaky snake. He's hiding in the strip club hallway, biding his time, and now he can look for a flank. There is a barricade here, but a small crack might give him an opportunity to go for a kill. He takes down Jackie Wu, one of the big hitters from Rival, most experienced fella on the team. Does, of course, give away the Rival that there is a roamer still at large in strip. Now they have to make a choice. Do they go and hunt him, or do they leave him be and hold their flank? Both of which will take time and resources.
Yeah, it depends if they've got the flank back down to basement. If they've got main stairs covered, if they've got secret covered, then they know he can't get back down there. But yeah, I think Elevate, in a pretty decent position. Outline bug, by the way, you saw that with Azuki watching in towards bathroom. He does have main stairs covered. Wants to, of course, be mindful of the fact with the floorboards opened up, he could lose his life down below. But this is great if you're up, because you're just also delaying in terms of time. And if they do not clear you, you are a flank option later in the round.
He's also got the secondary shotty, so if it comes down to a really close range engagement around that bathroom doorway, he's going to be favored in that fight. So he's just going to sit there and waste the rest of the round. Really, the call here from Rival has to be to look at site and try and 5v, or rather 4v3 the site.
Trying to kill at the back of Arsenal, you get it down, you can push through dirt. Certainly now it's all about just go. 15 seconds left, hit the site as fast as possible. Yes, you've got though Ape from behind. No one is shocked by that. Jin making his way into site. There's no real time left, and they don't have kit dev. Oh no, they do. They picked it up.
They have to pick it up and get into position. There's a player down, another one down. Good coverage, but the plant has been denied. And that means Shed can clutch the round up big for Elevate. A little bit back and forth, but in the dire moments, all it takes is a denial of the plant, and Elevate can steal the round.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise. We kind of touched on it. Ape ended up being the deciding factor. As soon as he swings bathroom late, when there's like 15, 20 seconds, it really throws a spanner in the works. And then not only that, it's not even getting that kill, but then he still also has vert control now from that position. He's also got main stairs. He can go into kitchen. He can do so much with so little time left. It kind of goes back to the question you posed. Do you deal with him or do you hit site? And maybe in hindsight, it would have been better to just kind of try and deal with him. You knew that he couldn't really get back down to site. You had main stairs covered. You had secret covered. Hatches were covered. You could have probably dealt with him. And there was still enough time if they made the decision quickly. And in the end, I think it cost them. But yeah, nicely done from Elevate. I think in the end, they had to be a little bit smarter in the way that they were going to be aggressive on that roam. They lost one early, but up in a good spot. Bathroom side gets them the round win.
Still, a lot of good stuff I'm seeing from Rival. I don't know, I'm not trying to, like, get too ahead of myself, but I'm just pleasantly surprised, really. That's it. Like, I'm not saying I have the highest expectations out of them, but it looks like Rival are playing really solid Siege so far. They were very close to winning that round. It came down to a clutch from Shed, 1v2. I don't know whether that's Rival looking really impressive, or perhaps Elevate not being quite as dominant or quite as strong as perhaps we would have hoped from a roster with so much hype behind them.
We didn't get your power rankings, James, but
Yeah.
where do you think you would have put them?
I would probably agree with most people and say third. Like, obviously, there's a large part of me that
Third
wants
for
to put
Rival?
no
Oh,
cap.
Elevate. I'm talking about Rival.
Oh, sorry, Rival. Yeah, really, it's like 5th, 6th, I think.
Okay.
Sadly, I just can't really put too much faith in the two South Asian teams getting out of the bottom two. Because even when they do make improvements, they tend to still fall short to teams like the past Daystar and Direwolves. I think that Rival will likely be kind of at a Direwolves sort of level. But it also depends on NoCap, right? I think NoCap do have obviously huge potential. We've seen what those players can achieve in the past. It really just depends on whether they're able to get back to their old form.
2 ex-members of Direwolves level. I like that. See what you're doing there, James.
It doesn't take rocket scientists. And we don't have any rocket scientists anymore. She moved on.
We don't. Tom Wall opened up. And Jim Bendrew here for the third round. Now 1-for-1. And it seems as if now the aggression of Rival at least was momentarily dealt with, but Songla finds an opening kill again. Pretty decent in that department so far. 90 seconds, not a lot of time, but off the back of that opening pick, they can start to make their way to site a little bit more comfortably. But here's Ape again, so deciding factor. This time, though, in an unknown position, Oil Pit.
Yeah, I want to say, you're pointing out the aggression of Rival. I actually want to flip on its head and say it's really Elevate on defense that are playing quite aggressively. And for the most part, Rival are punishing it. Unfortunately, in this case, Jackie Wu didn't quite have the info, and he wasn't quite iced up enough to land that shot. So Ape does get it, takes a lot of damage for his troubles, and Elevate have equaled the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be 2 rounds in a row now. That Ape's kind of been the difference maker. 3-1, good scoreline, but it's also the impact of those kills, right? He's not just getting mindless kills in the middle portion of the round. Oh, hang on. Hello. This is just a push up top main. No one really watching that one. Azuki's going to be able to just slip in. They do lose Songla, though. It's and Haikal and MC. They were both able to get one each. And, of course, the roaming Ape able to then make his way back to site. Azuki with it all to do in a 1v3. Can't get it done. Nice little double kill from Haikal.
Yeah, and as much as Ape was pretty nice there with his flank kill in Garage, I actually want to say it's Haikal who essentially won that round. He was in an off position in Gym and found the first player when Rival looked for an execute, and then, of course, able to hold on to his position and clean up the final kill as well. So, yeah, pretty impressed by Elevate. Again, a round that could have gone either way, pending that execute, but Haikal won his position, and that really spelled death for Rival. It looks like we are going to a little rehost or a pause or something. Apparently someone's mouse has died. Love that.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been...
I feel like I've seen this issue before. Surely, if you're a professional player, you've got to have spare mice around.
Yeah. I think so. Maybe he's got a cat as well and just like create some issues.
Yeah, look, an intriguing round. Again, I think that push in from Mizuki and the idea for Rival to just kind of try and hit site, it's something they've been able to try and do quite a lot in this opening half. They don't need much success, though. You've already got one, arguably, of 2 rounds required in a half of Clubhouse attack, and I think they're trying to just maybe push that limit. This should have been a kill for Jackie Wu. I thought maybe he had some kind of information, but it honestly doesn't look like it. I think he just got off of his drone, and it just was the timing aspect. And
that's
if he
like
wins that fight,
of timing.
if he wins that fight, I still don't even think the round's won entirely, because like you said, Haikal was really the one on site that was able to lock it down. So, look, a good response from Elevate, because the opening round looked really good from Rival, and they really hit them hard and fast. And Elevate's kind of just been able to then, bunker down, win the next couple, and put themselves in a good spot.
It does make me wonder what happens when we go back down to the basement eventually, though, which won't be this round because Elevate did win it in the second. But we are going to go to a really quick break while we sort out this broken mouse. Rival Esports and Elevate will continue just after this. for bearing with us, guys. Back into it, Rival and Elevate. 4th round in. It's been reasonably close so far, but that last round did not look great for Rival.
I feel like I just turned on Channel 7 News or something. That was just very formal of you. I feel like you just
Yeah, please address me as sir from now on.
No. All right, yeah, let's move on. 2-1 for Elevate. Good response after Rival really kind of just shot out of the blocks in that opening round, and we head over to Cash and CCTV. Certainly another opportunity. Although I feel like this maybe is not the kind of site that might fit their playstyle if they do want to kind of play that more fast approach. Cash, CCTV, you know, a bit more objective based. Try and clear out position. Can you get garage control? Can you get through con? Play the windows, deal with utility, open up the wall. All these kind of like little mini games. So it might be a good testing point here for Rival.
Yeah, a lot of people think that this bomb site kind of sucks if, as a defensive side, if the attack really knows what they're doing. So it's a good test for Rival, as you said. But it really depends. There's a lot of different ways you can go about it. There's no Bandit. We're not going to be juggling. No Maverick pick, so it's going to be all about this Thermite. The only dedicated hard breacher, we've got secondaries on the Capitao. Yeah, it comes down to how this is going to be tricked. And in fact, the Kaid will manage to juggle it. That's not easy to do, by the way. But Speakeasy has nailed the timing on that, which makes things very awkward for Rival now, as they're one exothermic down.
Yeah, and it means that, I mean, they probably felt like they could just go for a bit more direct. There's no shockwave battery juggling going on. As you said, you know, the Kaye Claw, a little bit more difficult to actually time that properly. And it can just send it a little bit more. And I think it's always going to be a case of probably a bit fortunate too if you Speakeasy. Here they go again with the exothermic. Has Speakeasy got this one? Well, I mean, the EMP secondary is going to certainly help out, and that's going to mean they do get the wall opened up. Minute 50, not too bad. Seen worse. Does put the perceived pressure now onto the site, and they can start to turn their attention elsewhere, and it's looking as if they will do just that. Gym bedroom side in towards Con, I imagine, next in line. I don't know where Zuki's going, but it could be a lobby pinch. If they've got information, they'll play on the roam, which is shared.
Yeah, look, I don't think that Rival had a lot of options here. They kind of have to go for this clear down below and try and execute in through the breach, because going for a master side isn't going to be that impactful when you are lacking the ace, right? All we've got is one secondary hard breach from the Capitao, so they need to focus up on Garage, which they're looking to do right now, and they've got the util to execute it as well.
Oh, Incendiary here is good. Yeah, I mean, Songla able to lose his life, but Jackie should get the trade, and does. Well positioned in towards Garage. I think you'll always take that 1-for-1 because you get the position up towards Rafters dealt with. Yes, you do lose Songla for it, but that's his job anyway on the Capitao. Shed watching this angle in towards the entry point, but there's a bit of pressure from behind, and talk about the timing. You watch, you wait, you turn around, you're dead, and it happens so often in this game. 40 seconds left, and suddenly Rival with the numbers here, and they've got a good pinch in towards site.
Well, they're just going to have to reposition. Scarlet's on the diffuser, so he's going to go Garage so that he can cross in without exposing himself to top red. This is a very winnable position, but Speakeasy taking down Jackie, who does open things up for Elevate. Good trade, though, from Azuki. And the plant is going down. Let's see
Nitro.
if Speakeasy can get to position. The Nitro from Arpe forces them towards Speakeasy, who farms them again. And Arpe closes the final kill onto Jin. Beautiful work from Elevator. 2 versus 4 they made look pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, you've put that perfectly, James. It's a Nitro cell that's gone towards default. It forces them off and into the sight lines. It's almost like a slam dunk, or in volleyball, you know, it's a what is it, a layup setup? I don't know, into a spike.
Yeah,
I do know that
like
one.
that.
So, I mean, that was really well played from Elevate on the defense. 3-1, considering they did lose Rafters. Middle portion of the round, and with Rafters being, you know, given over along with main breach opened up, there's that pinch potential on site. So I felt like Elevate kind of navigated a bit of a tricky kind of round. Certainly for Rival, that was a round that was winnable, and it should be. It's a tertiary site. It's Cash and CCTV for a reason, and we see here on the replay, it's just an easy one for Speakeasy as the push through him. He really has to hold one kind of line of sight as well, and yeah, 3-1, I should say, for Elevate, kind of navigating this half after Rival really shot out of the blocks. I think they're in a position now, though, where Elevate should feel pretty comfortable in cruise control. 2 rounds to go. They get to go back to basement. They're starting to get the idea. Rival like to play hard and fast. They like to move around the map. I think Elevate have just been able to find that next level, which is really good to see for a team that, again, I really want to see by the end of the stage challenging the top 2 teams.
5 seconds to go.
Look, Jake, it's good to know that if we ever move on from Rainbow Six commentary, you've got a gig in volleyball commentating, and maybe I can go work for 9 News.
We can just, why don't we just do the next Olympics?
I like the sound of that, though I don't know if they lay up in in volleyball. I think that's the wrong sport, buddy.
Can't say I'm an avid volleyball fan.
We need to go to the beach someday and get around the volleyball together. But for now,
No one
let's
needs to
focus
see me
on-
at the beach, mate. Don't worry about that.
All right. Rival are going to attack the basement, and look, there's 2 more rounds left in the half, 2 more chances for Rival to show what they can do on the attack, and it was the first round where they attacked this bomb site that actually looked really good, so I'm keen to see this again. How will they go on the roam clear?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they looked really good as well because Elevate kind of played into their hands, played that heavy roam game. They were able to get a good couple of kills early on, so at the end of the day, we could have easily flipped that round. Elevate hit a couple of shots, win their ones, and we could have been speaking very differently, really, about this game. At the end of the day, though, for Rival, they only need a second round. I think that's the easiest way to kind of put this. So 2 rounds to go, 2 chances here to find 1. Basement. Yes, they've already won it, but it should be relatively difficult. And I imagine Elevate will be a little bit more on their toes here, expecting more of that fast pace. Love the angle here for MC. You can make a bit of contact, then fall back down relatively safely. 90 seconds left. That pace still second floor, so they haven't even dealt with the roam game, let alone really drawing their attention towards site. Ape, I don't know what he was doing there, holding the right side of the doorway with pressure coming on the left side. Con, Scarlet gets a free kill. They deal with the roamer. Decent, but there's still the time factor, and you've still got NI Cal making his way in from logistics, and he's going to get a freebie.
Well, that's the thing, and Hykel, who's been on fire this game, is continuing to make this roam work for Elevate. Rival have a decent chance of cutting him off. He's now dropped down below, and I expect he will just hold on to this position in strip and force Rival to go and clear him, or ignore him and push towards site. Either way, Rival are the ones that have to make a call how they're going to push this, and it looks like they're going to try and ignore and focus up on site. As I say that, it's really not what everyone is planning on doing, because then Hycal has found another kill. He does get traded, but this is far too little, far too late. And I think Rival might have fumbled this chance.
Oh, it's not over just yet. 2v3, 35 seconds, retrieve kit, hit site. Maybe you can get a lucky headshot on the move, but it kind of reminds me of the earlier round in the half, second round, where they had to decide about Ape. Do you push him, do you clear him, or do you hit site? And again, they've kind of fumbled that bag in terms of the decision-making regarding that factor. 20 seconds, drop's going to come. 2v3, they actually have been able to get numbers back up for Elevate, so this is going to be very difficult for Songla and Azuki.
Good position from Shed, though, and the TCSG is just too strong. All up to Songla, though. Doesn't have a single kill so far since Cerrijos, and he's got to find 3. There's the first one. No point in confirming it for now. He doesn't have the diffuser, and yeah, there you go. Good round. Elevate, locked in here on defense.
It's been 1 round since the rehost. So to give a little asterisk, so it's not as if he's like dropping a donut over 8 rounds or something. But I mean, I will say, I think as the game has progressed, James, we're starting to see Rival really just wane a little bit. It's almost like they were so pumped and ready to go. First round was great, and it's really just been this slight downward slope ever since. You can clearly see the difference in the tendencies for these two teams and the decision making. Questionable at times for Rival. I think they've certainly got the mechanics. They've got the ability to hit some shots, frag out. We saw that in the opening round. But again, it was that decision. Do you go for an N-High-Cal? You know where he is, over towards that strip side. Do you kind of clear him out, bring numbers over there? There's just enough time if you decide quick enough. And that's probably another factor. I just feel like the time management for Rival hasn't quite been there in these latter rounds of the opening half. 4-1 though, and still even, because you got that opening round, you just need that one more. We head back upstairs, top floor, gym, bedroom. You win this, and it's not even a bad half. So still a lot to gain for Rival in this round.
2-4 is very winnable in the second half, but yeah, I'm not impressed, sadly. I did get a little bit excited seeing how good Rival were at roam clearing on that first round, but I think Elevate's read them pretty well. And I do think they need to win this next round to Rival, otherwise I just don't see them managing to push overtime. I think 2 rounds should be enough on attack, but 1, I just don't think so. So it does put a lot of pressure here, and Gym Bedroom is arguably the strongest site on this map at the moment, depending on how good teams are at attacking that Church Arsenal bomb site. And we have seen Elevate already look really solid on here. Even in our first game today, right, the final round was on this bomb site. We had an absolute farming moment from Critche. Yeah, Arrival really need to get on their bike and start bringing up the pace, bring up the momentum. They've got a good read here, and perfect. Arpe baited into a jump out. Songlar does find the opening pick. Now it's time for Rival to convert.
Even Arpe's like, what? Yeah, fair enough, Arpe. Yeah, and look, can they convert though? That's going to be the question. It's not as if over the last couple of rounds they've always been, you know, at this deficit or facing adversity. They've had moments. Cash CCTV, they were up 3-2 in the round. They couldn't quite get the job done. It's still a site that is going to be locked down. Can you deal with this mirror window in bathroom? And ICAL's being typically quite good. Well, the breaching round, that will do it. And ICAL actually holds this close left angle, and I like this in terms of the aggression. They may just get that sense of security that this could be safe to push. He could still find one fall back. 90 seconds, entry in towards Kitchen coming now from Mizuki. Big chance here for Rival.
Loading full magazine.
And Harkal's always really solid on site though. What is this? There's an early swing from Speakeasy. And it does find the down. Now it's going to be up to Rival to pick him back up and worry about the counter aggression. He will be able to do that. But yeah, I'm not only worried about Speakeasy, but also Enhaikal, who's been really good at anchoring on this site. Speakeasy just knows that there's nobody on his balcony, so he can freely swing inside of Master. He hears the Flores drone come out. He's going to get droned in a second. I don't think the Rotero won't actually achieve anything other than getting information, but Elevate just have such strong positions, and Rival haven't really figured out how to clear this yet.
Cannot let the time become a factor though. Mizuki up main. Someone's going to make that first move though for Rival. Entry point super crucial.
Nice.
Nitro Assault from Speakeasy. It's great. Hits one. Surely there's going to be a swing coming. Yellow ping information. It's a double. You know there's another one out in the balcony as well. So much info. Finally, Azuki a little bit late up main, but he does get a kill. 3 versus 3. 25 seconds. Rival must win this round.
They might be able to do it. This push-in from the main stairs has worked wonders for them, but okay, MC's gone down. Azuki's turned it up. All up to Speakeasy. He's going to need to ace this one. He does get another down. He doesn't have a rotation into Logistic, though, as it has been reinforced over, so it's a 1v2, no C4. Reloading the Vector. Needs to find 2 kills. This has confirmed the down player. He's almost got the angle onto the guy who planted the defuse, and he might be able to secure it. He isolates these ones. This is very achievable. He's such low HP, and it looks like Rival are playing this to perfection. Azuki and Scarlet know that they do not have to peek. In the end, it is Speakeasy who has to make the first move, and Azuki will shut him down. Rival indeed get the 2 rounds they were looking for.
Yeah, I felt like in that round, Azuki actually was going to be the big factor. And in the end, he was, but he kind of delayed that push up main stairs. We got to see him kind of creeping up. He was in a great position. His position wasn't known. But he just took a little bit of time, and that allowed Speakeasy to get a great Nitro Cell outside onto the exterior balcony, and then also get a free swing into con with the yellow ping information. And I felt like at that point, they'd maybe let the round go by them, James, and that they had pretty much forfeited because of maybe the pacing just got the better of them. You know, Elevate even had information on one of the players still outside of gym window, so they actually really should have won that round. But a great push up from Azuki up main, gets a couple of kills. When the time did come for him, he did not let his teammates down. He goes to 5 kills since the rehost. They get a second round, and suddenly they get to go on defense. And in the end, that's a par half. You got 2 attacking rounds in Clubhouse against a team of Elevate's caliber. That's a pretty decent start for Rival this stage. Now it all comes down to how they can play on the defense.
A solid chance for Rival to really give Elevate a run for their money here. But if anything, this second half, Jake, for me, is exciting to see where Elevate are at. Because this is the team that has a lot of hype behind them. We have international imports on this roster from Tier 2 of Europe, Shed and MC. And up-and-comers like Enhaikal. Like, there's a lot of hype behind this team. And they certainly expect themselves to be gunning for a spot in Montreal. We didn't see that in Stage 1, not really. They were behind not only Bleed, but also Fury. And you know, in some moments, even teams like NoCap held a candle to Elevate. So if they can polish up some attacks, we can see what their quality is like on this half. Maybe it's a good sign. A very early pick from Shed, though. And onto the Mute, no less. A very powerful operator to take out very early on. No C4 going to come into play in the late round. And now Rival look to try and get aggressive to win back this advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can't just... When you've still got players second floor, you've got to try and now get a kill back. Even it up, 4v4, then eventually make your way back down. So you kind of have to double down now of your rival. Elevate should be aware of that. The way that rival were playing in the first half, you should know, okay, they're on the roam, they're moving around, there's probably a couple more, and they're going to want to find a kill. You don't lose a player and then go back to basement. If you lose one, you kind of have to try and double down. Mizuki has been droned down. Jackie Wu still over towards red as well. So they are spread around the map, which does mean trade potential isn't very high for rival. You're going to have to win your ones and then have your rotation part set. Speakeasy knows they want to come back down in through secret. One does make the cross. It's a tight angle. It's a tight squeeze. Why are you peeking that back though? Jackie Wu, if he's shooting there, he's already watching it. You just give him a free head. 2-player advantage now for Elevate.
Very aggressive there from Jackie Wu. A very big mistake that may well cost the team around. Now another player looking to pick the same angle.
Angles to take.
I mean, at the end there, Songlao was trapped. He really didn't have many options, but yeah, Speakeasy knows how to maintain composure, hold this position. Nice pick though. MC going down. Scarlet hoping for a wallbang fade away. He does get back to site. 2v4 is not a great look for rival in the opening defense.
Oh man, it really is the embodiment of like APAC 2022, James. Like we're just seeing this over aggression that's probably not necessary, that a lot of other regions would be like kind of questioning why you're doing that, like why, like you don't need to play that way. At the end of the day, yes, you want to get a kill back. It's a 4v5. Round's over, by the way, but even if you have to, and he made the cross, he was able to get back down through secret. He had the shots. Like, I mean, at this point, yeah, sure, go for it if you're Scarlet. Why not? And he still loses it anyway. Mike, the man has like legitimately just put a tent out there, pitched it up, and said, "I'm just going to sit here and wait, and they're all going to come to me." Apparently, Speakeasy's just laughing because he's just like, "What are these guys doing?" Look. In that situation for rival, you almost just have to forfeit and say there's like, what, minute and a half left, maybe just under, 4v5, it is what it is. Let's get back down to a basement, play positions, play the angles, force them to come to us, force them to have to get the plan, all of these things. Instead, you're just feeding picks because you're going hunting and hunting at a point where you don't need to. And he's outside. Like, this is a tough angle. You can't trade off each other. You're not doing it. It's just ones. It's just one. It's just one. If you're going to do it, at least swing together as like 2-3 players and do something, you know, as a team. But yeah, that's a shocking round from rival.
This is Speakeasy's third 3K this game as well. So the Speakeasy of old. Once upon a time, everyone looked at him and said, best player in APAC. And he's been through a hell of a lot of rosters through them. Yeah, that was a very strange play from Jin. Just a lack of information, lack of awareness from rival, Elevate sneaking into early positions, and then just way over peaking, as you said. There's no way Speakeasy should be getting 3 kills from outside lobby on a basement defense. Maybe if that was a cache CCTV defense, I could imagine trying to contest for that position or trying to hold players in lounge or nearabouts, but on a basement, that's very questionable.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
That's like a gun mute jammer. I don't know, when you put mute jammers down, they just start shooting. It definitely feels like Elevate have got the experience shining through in this match. I think we're seeing far higher quality in their tendencies, the way they're playing, clearly in their understanding, the way that they are kind of dictating that tempo. They're the ones that are in control, seemingly. Rival just kind of look almost a little bit out of control inside of the server. They've got to find a way to maybe just kind of contain their aggression and rather than, you know, having it be chaotic, see if you can have that controlled chaos. That could be the way that you have a pretty decent stage here. But right now, Elevate just, they look switched on and it's like, okay, they're going to play like this. We know how to play against it. And that's the way I kind of read the game right now.
There's nothing wrong with a bit of aggression, but it has to be intentional and it has to be well thought out. It's a nice little attempt to counter the bandit juggle, but I think Jin is going to win this one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really nice done.
Yeah, very well done from Jin, but also questionable from Elevate. Like, there's a lot of better ways.
Well, they got nothing left. That's the wall. It's done.
Yeah, I mean, that could be GR, to be honest. That could be the round done, thanks to Jin.
I've seen enough rounds that are in APAC where they lose these, even with the Jacuzzi wall still up.
Well, Speakeasy's dead. A top fragger in the server. Surely now it's done.
Well, never say never, James. I saw a man win a 2v5 with a shotgun not just an hour ago. So,
Yeah, they're just swinging. Why are you peeking that? Like, yeah, okay, Scarlet did find a pick, and a 1-for-1 trade is fine right now for Rifle, but I don't really know why they're peeking that. Eventually, we do see a breach here on Jacuzzi, which is nice. I didn't realize Up 8 still has a Selma left, but
yeah, wait,
what?
that must be like
enough for Elevate.
That has to be a HUD visual bug on the HUD, because it said he had nothing left.
Oh well. Can't deny what I can see with my eyes right now. Flashbangs are a really nice way to enable this entry, but a good boost from Jackie Wu puts him in an awkward position. Shed now in a 1 versus 2, but he finds the first one. This is so winnable. Jin, do you go for the swing?
Oh my God.
Jin! You can't lose those! You simply can't afford to lose those!
Didn't you say, like, good round twice?
Yeah, I mean, that should have been good round. It should have been good round 3 times. There's no way Shed should be winning that. I mean, Jin literally swung him and whiffed. Like, our observer changed onto Jin's POV because there's no way that he shouldn't win that fight. And he still fumbles it. That is rough, man.
Yeah.
That is rough.
I mean, absolutely at the end, but it's also, you pointed it out earlier in that round, why are you guys swinging? Like, why? Like, the way in which Rival were playing that, yeah, certainly wasn't the right way. Which, by the way, our wonderful, apparently most colorful analyst that we've got in Manic Monday pointed out the fact that there was one Selma left because he grabbed it off the wall after it was jammed. So in the split second that when I said that they got nothing left, it's because they did technically. It was still on the wall. He grabbed it back and he was able to then, yeah, open back up. But I don't think...
well, technically, Robert Manic Monday.
Yeah, well, look... It happens from time to time, but like again, like that is the best example right there in the replay ops. Is like, why are you swinging CC window in an advantaged round where there's not much time? The other team hasn't. I don't think at that point opened up Jacuzzi, right? So you're giving them opportunities. Yes, like it's that risk versus reward factor, right? Where it's like, well, if you kill the player outside gym bedroom, then sure, that probably really makes it a good round. That probably seals the round. But you're also giving them an opportunity where if they kill you back the other way, the round just opens back up. So you don't need to be that aggressive. It's probably a good summarization of this match for Rival from their perspective, that the over-aggressive tendencies has probably cost them a couple of moments in these rounds.
Yeah. And yet, when it really called on Jin to be aggressive, refragging his teammate, he swung too late, and he didn't commit to the swing well enough, and he didn't land the shots he needed to. So a lot of question marks here for Rival. Quite disappointing, because I did see some moments of greatness. Like that first round, I thought they had a really solid roam clear. And we've seen some tight rounds aside from that, but fumbles like that will certainly stay in my mind. Even Azuki there, he faked out by that drone. He's going to fall back. I do want to see Rival had some intentional aggression, but also know when to call it. And I'm seeing Azuki fall back. That is good intentional fall back. Like, he's got the call, he's got the info, he knows that it's too risky to stay his position, so he can fall back to side. I think that is at least some semblance of a good sign.
I mean, that's at least perfect, though. This round, you get the opening kill, 5 in base, but this is the more ideal way in which you want to kind of play this. Yeah, you're just going to be careful of the floorboards as they get opened up from Elevate. I think Elevate themselves certainly aren't going to look at this round and feel like it's going to be a tall order. They know that they can probably hit a good couple of shots. Another trick here from Songla, looking to stop the moto hatch from being opened up, and beautifully indeed. It's probably been one element they've actually been surprisingly really good at in terms of this wall denial. It's been somewhat of an element on the defense that we didn't quite see from Elevate themselves. Secondary hard breach though is going to open up Moto. Still lots of time. I mean, considering Elevate lost a player, they are getting through this checklist in a pretty hastily fashion.
All we have left though in terms of hard breach is one ace Selma remaining on N Highcal. You can't really use that here on the triple wall of Church because of the Electric Claw moving on over to it. But I believe that Elevate do have all the hatches they want open. Now here come the bees. Perhaps there is an opportunity to go for an execute here onto Blue, especially with the pick on the player in Church. Yeah, very unnecessary. 45 seconds to play. Man advantage has been given up now by Rival.
Right, that's like twice now, like 2 rounds in a row. Scarlet is peeking unnecessarily. There's not much time left. Jim with a big kill. They're getting some blue control and good shots finally for Rival. I think at that point, that almost looked like a more coordinated effort where the entire team was just said, let's start swinging. Elevate's close by. They're in critical positions. Now we can go for these peaks, but you don't need to go for that peek down the hallway for Scarlet. Fortunately, they win all of the other fights, though, because that felt more coordinated. That wasn't a solo swing. That felt like a team effort from Rival.
Yeah, exactly right. It really just came down to good crossfires being held on blue, and sometimes rounds do just come down to fundamentals. The fact that the player who was on the generator in blue, the one that we were spectating, I can't remember which Elevate player, we were spectating an Elevate player who was trying to get the kill on the guy behind generator, and instead of in that gunfight, the generator player swinging wide and allowing that to be a 1v1 that he could potentially lose, he hugged the generator, which forced a wide swing from the Elevate player, and then eventually they died. This is exactly the moment I'm talking about. See, he swung wide, and it meant that he had to expose to AKs and ended up losing his life to that crossfire. So I actually quite like Rival maintaining composure in those late round situations, with the exception of the overpeak from Church. I don't know what was going on there, but when it came down to the blue fight, the reason they won that was because they maintained their crossfires, and yeah, Elevate needed a little bit more to kind of gas through that. And yeah, credit to Rival, it was okay that round, but of course they're still trailing by 3, and it's a long way to push overtime.
Yeah, they're on defense clubhouse, though, so certainly doable. They get to go upstairs now and give Jim Bedroom another crack, which, I mean, they should have really won it last time out, so I think they'll be a bit disappointed. And I think if you elevate now as well, you're going to put more stock into opening up Jacuzzi. And, you know, I mean, to be fair, they didn't actually do a whole lot wrong, right? When you go for that double hybrid side, the idea of throwing some on one side, exothermic on the other, is to make it very difficult for the Bandit to actually get, you know, essentially both. You usually can get one of those to go through, either the Salma or the exothermic. The fact that he gets both, that doesn't always happen. So, I mean, Elevate didn't do a whole lot wrong. I think they'll just be a bit more thorough this time around. 10th round, 6-3. Good response from Rival. More of that team aspect, please. More trading each other. More getting in positions to at least get good, you know, line of sight to be able to get a trade, not just playing by yourself, not just swinging solo if you're Scarlet. Please just understand there is 4 other teammates that you can play off of this game. You don't have to do it yourself.
And if Rival do feed, just, I don't know, just disappoints me every single time I see it. But one thing that we've seen continually be really impressive from Rival, you called it out, like the tricking, the Kaid, the Bandit. And this bomb site was actually a feature of that. Previously, we saw a good double Bandit juggle, and now Jin is back in position to do it. However, I think Elevate going to be a little bit more ready this time. They fell to this previously. I don't think they'll make the same mistake twice. My question is, what are they actually going to do to counter it? So the only thing that they've really changed is they put the exothermic down before the ace.
He got him. He did
but
it again.
Of course, it's still possible to do both. So
he did it again. Yeah. They threw
comes out in
EMP and they did both sides of the wall, and he still got it. That is an incredible job done from Jin. That is not easy, James.
It's not easy, yeah, but like Elevate barely changed anything. Like, why can you expect it to change?
Did
why
they
you expect a different result if you did this? Yeah, they did.
They did.
They did the exact same thing. The only difference is that they put the thermite charge down before the ace instead of the other way around.
That is the point that I was making though at the start of this round. That, to be fair to Elevate, they didn't do much wrong. That is a conventional way to try and brute force that open. But Jin has just outplayed them with superior juggling skills. Yeah. There's under a minute left and they don't have Jacuzzi. And a peek from Songla finds success. Big kill onto Uppay, and suddenly, this is where now, again, love the fallback as well. Songla doesn't overinvest in that position. Con single wall, head pops out. You can get yourself out of that corner. Good positioning here from Songla.
What are you doing?
From his POV.
Shed!
What is Shed doing? Where's he going?
Okay, finally a trade comes through, but yeah, Shed looking a little bit lost, not knowing that there's a player where his teammate has already seen 2 players from Elevator try and pick up the pieces. MC does a bit of damage, but no kill confirmed as of yet. 20 seconds. It's up to Rival to hold firm. Potential for a clutch up here from 2 star fraggers. And Highcal, historically a phenomenal player, but he's been quiet in the second half. Is there the chance that Azuki can hold firm? MC does eventually trade him back, but a 1v2 with no diffuser in hand. The first one he finds, with a second there is no time to search for. Rival barely clinch away that round and keep this game alive.
Yeah, I mean, look, they did a lot right in that round, but how much of it comes down to Jin being able to get that trick? That's such a huge boon for them, for their team. Elevate, again, you saw that in chat, they actually, you know, typing like lol and cooked and all of this kind of stuff. And I think that's almost like paying respect what Jin was able to do there and denying that, because again, EMP, Selma, exothermic, all at once, all at the same time. And yet the man has been able to get both sides of the wall, keep Jacuzzi under lock and key. And that is not even the first time. So I don't even at this point think it's a fluke. The man's a genius. 4-6. But also, again, it was like, I think there was only one peak. I mean, I don't know what Shed's doing there. That is an absolute bizarre. Man goes walking in con after already shots that we saw from Songla in towards that direction, the con single wall. That was a bit lucky for Azuki because he did kind of panic shoot when he saw the barrel. Very easy to do so because he thinks it's getting looked at, but they didn't check it properly. He was able to get one. I think it was Songler as well at the start who did go for a bit of a solo peek, but this time he hit it. He got the kill into up peek, he fell back. So understanding that they weren't, rather than doubling down, getting that kill and going for more, he at least did bring it back then to sight. So they played that a lot better for Rival, and it felt a bit more controlled.
Yeah, not terrible from Rival. And I really do want to join you in singing Jin's praises. That was a good juggle, but also at this level, you have to expect that your opponent can juggle to that level. Like that wasn't like a strategy or a banner juggle job that I've never seen before. Good players, like really strong players, should be able to do that every single time. It's actually on the attackers to make sure that's not possible by putting some other form of pressure on. Now, that could be a nade through the drone hole. It could be having a player on the gym window and shooting towards it. It could be an array of different things. And the bottom line is to Elevate, despite having international players that should know how to do this and should have respect for strategies like that, they just didn't bring those tactics to the table. And that is, to me, disappointing. They've made the same mistake twice. They're underestimating Rival, and they did pay for it.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you're not wrong, absolutely. But I think typically it's easy to just kind of look towards the negative aspect and say, well, Elevate should have been able to get that open. Jin's done his job. He's done it very, very well. I can't juggle like that, James, so it is a skill. Absolutely.
Yeah, it definitely is a skill. Yeah, now Elevate have 2 more chances to lock this out before we hit OT. And to be frank, like this bomb site is probably the weakest one on the map. So I would not be surprised if this one is a much harder task for Rival. They do have some pretty decent positions, like the Azami pick. However, the Grim does expose poor Jin here. He has support, though, from Songla as well. And the Azami is the perfect operator to be holding this position.
How are you going to play for beats, though?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Like, it's nice to have the information, but you need to follow that up with some kind of explosive or players moving in. And because these Rival players have a crossfire, it's very hard to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have a lot. I mean, like, in terms of utility, if you usually have, say, like a Capitao, for example, you can maybe do something. Hello? What? How, firstly, did Enhykel survive that on 4 HP? And Scarlet is probably wondering that question as well. Shed then loses his life. Songler decided to just push down rafters and I guess go for a peek. Again, that's just probably the Rival motto at the moment. Just go for a peek. And eventually does lose his life. So that's one gone from rafters outside on the main breach through Jin still. And they know he's in this position because of the bees earlier. So Elevate in a really good position to take this round now. 35 seconds left for Rival. This actually may be the time to try and get a bit aggressive. But you still got a good spot. Jackie Wu, top red, hasn't been cleared. And he's got a good look in towards Con through Cash.
Not well supported on the breach side. Now a player has dropped outside the breach, and Jin can't be affording to lose that fight. Good flashbang as well, and a good push up from Speakeasy. This is where the collapse comes through. And in the blink of an eye, Elevate closed the game. Took them a little bit longer than we thought, but a 7-4 is a solid scoreline for one of the top teams in Asia.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, I think when it comes to that particular game, I'm pretty content. Elevate got tested a little bit. Rifle certainly were no slouch, no pushover. They didn't put in a Direwolf-like performance that we saw in the opening game. There were good positives to take from it as well, certainly on both defense and on their attack. They got 2 attacking rounds. Their defense certainly had some good elements to it, but yeah, too many holes in it. They like to swing far too much swinging. And in the end, Elevate certainly looked like they worked their way through that game. We'll get Eggman back in to the desk, which I honestly feel like I'm just joined by Devin Penku, because it's like there's no difference. Once you go bold, you know what they say, Rob? Once you go bold. I don't know where he's gone.
You bullied him off the screen. Come back, Rob. Come on. We need you.
I may be bald, but I don't have a good enough comeback to say anything, so I'm just going to move on with this one. That's look, I'm actually, although we're pleasantly surprised for Elevate, I think we've seen enough from Rivals there, Dev, to start to have a good indication as to what to expect from this roster. I said going into it, the one quote we kind of really had a firm idea is that it is a bunch of young gunners that have just turned 18, and I think that that well and truly showed with how many times I saw a defensive-sided player peak.
Yeah, you are right. Maybe they overpeaked a little bit. Sometimes it worked for them, sometimes it didn't. That's the nature of playing quite aggressively. But on their attack, we did see some nice things as well. I think they were pretty organized in their roam clears. Of course, they fumbled quite a few moments where they fed players individual positions, and you can see that with the number of 3Ks that Elevate got. I'm looking back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 3K opportunities from Elevate. Yeah, 5 3Ks from individual players on Elevate. Mostly it was Speakeasy, but also Shed got a big 1v3. So great stuff from Elevate's rival. I do think that there's a solid chance for them. I want to see them play against teams like Direwolves and NoCap, because I think they'll have a serious shot in those games.
Yeah, that opens up the discussion a lot more, especially when we get probably toward the mid stage. Once you get the nerves out of the way, I'm sure there's an element to Rivals coming into this Xenox. You're going up against really the third biggest team in the league, and not only that, but Elevate well and truly have something to prove. Every time we heard from them from the interview way back in stage 1, they were always saying, this is what we're expecting to be performing. We're expecting to make playoffs, and we should be in the finals. And I think that they're well and truly on their way again already in stage 2. Let's get Speakeasy in, because I know that we've got him courtside. If you will. How are you, my friend? I've got to admit, I haven't seen you for a hot minute, but that is a way to kickstart stage 2.
Good. I'm doing good. Good to see you guys again. And yeah, I think
always
a very good win. Even though we look like T3 players on the breach because of this guy, am I right? Yeah, I think it's all good. Oh no, stay away. Stay away.
It's all right. He can't do anything anyway, apparently.
I was gonna go in with a big hitting question, but actually you've brought up the bandit juggle. What's going on there, mate? Please talk us through it, because it happened twice.
Well, I'll be honest. We weren't supposed to play this map. We don't even scream on this map. Like I would say like 2 or 3 times we scream, and as you can see, like the lack of timings, I guess, really cost us there. So yeah, we kind of like played ourselves going into this map when we don't, practice for it. But yeah. I mean, we did turn out to win in the end, so I think that's fine.
It probably leads into maybe almost answering my question here, which was I felt like at the start of the game, it felt like maybe Rival were, playing a super aggressive play style. They got off to a good start, and that it felt like throughout the game, you guys were just kind of slowly adjusting, and eventually getting control. Did it kind of feel that way for yourself and the team?
Yeah, I mean, going into this game, we know that Rival is going to be an aggressive team because they are the first time they are in the stage, right? So we kind of prep ourselves that they're gonna be aggressive, which shows on the first defense. Like I just stayed outside main door and I got 3K. So yeah, so I think slowly after that we kind of we are like, guys, if you don't do anything, they will just come to us. And although some like bandit tricks happens here and there, there's always an opportunity to find kills. Like it's either they bring it to us, or like we find the gap to seek. So yeah.
So it's been 4 months since we last saw you, Speakeasy, and the last time we spoke to you and got an idea on the team. What has the break looked like for you guys? It has been quite a significant period. Obviously, EWC's just passed. How do you feel like you've made your changes and started to, I guess, hone in for stage 2?
I think the break really did us a good favor because we really focus on roles and every individual aspect of our roles. I think we trying to find the best perfect fit, and I think stage 2 going forward, this dynamic we have in the team is going to be working for us. So yeah,
couldn't be happier to hear that, mate. As per usual, do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Say it's good to be back, guys, for stage 2. Thanks for the fans, and yeah, thank you. And also hello, mom from Singapore. Hello.
Speakeasy, thank you very much for joining us, my friend. Say hello to everyone in the room for us, and I'm sure we'll be speaking to you in no time.
And see you. Catch you guys.
Ciao. a team coming together, and it's a scary prospect as well when you think about your Furies, your Bleeds, and how close they've been. Xenox, if they're able to close that gap and make this a 3-team league and change the discussion entirely, I mean, the outlook, the perspective that we have as a competitive region again starts to shift.
Yeah, I agree. They've certainly got a bit of work to do. I mean, James is right to point out, and even Speakeasy pointing out, the basics of being able to even open up Jacuzzi World, for example. I don't think you would get that from a Bleed or a Fury. I think there's certainly still elements in the match that we just saw where it was a little bit like, like a bit rough around the edges. I mean, admittedly from Speakeasy, though, this is a map apparently they don't play, which is fine, even if Clubhouse is, what I would feel like a bit of a stock standard kind of map. Not every team is necessarily going to want to play it. And the fact that they even got some practice in on it and some reps in it is actually really good for their map pool. So if they've got other maps that they're more proficient on, well, that's good for Elevate. The real test is, of course, going to be in their matches against the likes of Fury and Bleed.
Yeah, they certainly are. And there's a big test coming up next. It's Hasib Warriors, and they're going to be taking on No Cap. What have they got in the bank? We'll have to wait and see. We talked about Frozen. Back underway here for the Asia League, and now we get to see a different part of Asia, South Asia to be exact. SIB Warriors, they now debut for Stage 2. I can technically say that, yeah. And they go up against NoCap, which for those of you who don't remember as far back as the end of last year, that is the Jolita roster. They have just rebranded to NoCap. It should be an interesting match. I don't really know if there's going to be a lot of oomph in it from Hasib's side, and this is purely just going off what we've seen in the past, but I guess we'll wait and see. Guys, welcome back. How was your break?
Look, listening to two play-by-plays go at it
It's tough.
and try to understand the minutiae of bandit tricking was an absolute treat to listen to, so I can't wait for that to continue to happen. Over the next 7 weeks.
The blaming of a HUD bug, I think, is probably
it was
the
a HUD
highlight
bug.
for
It was
me,
a HUD
guys.
bug.
Oh my god.
There's no way that he could have had one unless it was a HUD bug. So, moving on, Dev, I think that this is a good match for NoCap to start on, but it's also not awful for Hasib Warriors. I know that I'm probably just being optimistic in that conversation, but they're not going up against a Bleed. They're not going up against a Fury. There is an inkling of a chance when it comes to this game.
Yeah, for sure. I've always been on the no-cap coat because Onigiri, Sapper, like DCH, these guys are one of my favorite teams of all time. Back in the old Elevate roster in 2022, 2023, they were like the APAC guys. They were really making a name for themselves overseas. And I think after the kind of drama happened when they left Elevate and they became no-cap, they really fell off a cliff for good reason. And ever since they reformed, we've always been wondering, like, when are they going to reach the new heights? And disappointingly, it hasn't been yet. They came 5th in Stage 1. And every time we think that they have a solid chance, like they had some big wins in Stage 1 and yet weren't able to even break into the top 4. Yeah, I think Hasib do have a decent chance here. But at the end of the day, I hate to say it, but I don't think Hasib have got what it takes to take on NoCap.
No, it's a stretch of the imagination to say that they will win it. Could they keep it close? I absolutely think Hasib could, and I think that maybe the conversation could even just rope in a little bit to an EU team that tried to take a South Asia slot away, and it was Hasib Warriors that put them down, guys. So look, they've obviously got a bit of bite to them, but it's how venomous is that bite? That's really the question coming into Stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a question that we have continued to pose throughout the years. Can South Asia continue to improve and potentially get to the point where they're competitive here in Asia as a whole? Unfortunately, that hasn't quite been realized, but Hasib Warriors do come in with a couple of roster changes for this particular stage. Dr. Zedok's out, Fatah, a lot of experience dating back to like the 2020 South Asia days. Baz also jumps in as well. So could that be enough of a kickstart to be competitive? Potentially, and if there is a team that they could maybe take down, it is a NoCap that is still looking to brush off probably the washed label heading into 2024.
And I think the caveat that I am going to quickly jump in there is Satar, a lot of experience back in the day. I don't believe we've seen him for nearly 2 years. In fact, the last game that I saw him play, at least from my quick research I did before we came into this one, was South Asian Nationals 2022, back when this roster was Mercenaries. So technically it's rejoining a roster that he has been on previously, very well familiar with the players he's going to be joining. And I mean, for NoCap, there is a player in there, Dev, that is rejoining the server from what I've seen. We obviously haven't been able to see the rosters and graphics. I'm super excited for it. I don't know if I want to spoil it or not, but Bank is where we go to kickstart this map. What camp do you lean in, Dev? Do you land in the camp of like Bank open map? Hasib might be able to, you know, potentially play a little bit more freely with expression, or is this is more less in this situation?
So I've got some stats for you if you want.
Baby, I love stats.
So if you take all the maps in the pool for both of these teams and you rank them from least banned to most banned, so in theory the number one map, the least banned map, would be their favorite map. Bank is actually the favorite of both of these teams. And for NoCap, that means they've won it 6 times in a row in recent history. And not huge wins, but 8-6 over Daystar, a win over Rival, a win over K5, which is another Asian team in the EWC qualifiers. On the flip side, Hasib, most recently when they played it, they actually lost it to Lumina Gaming in the match that qualified them for this league. So not the greatest result for Hasib, but I think that just based on the ban data, both of these teams do love and enjoy this map.
Well, I mean, that at least puts us in the realm of a fun game. If Hasib can kind of, I guess, break through the barrier of the discussion, guys, which is more so where I guess we would be leaning for this map, regardless of who's favored. It always feels like the South Asia teams are going into it with just like watered down expectations, and that is always going to be a tough conversation. Now, this is what I wanted to talk about. Your boy Onigiri, I hope you can hear those death slams. He is back in the roster in the starting 5 and is apparently locked in for the stage. I don't have that on a player's conversation. I've just seen the roster lock, and DCH, I believe, is your Deem, if I'm not mistaken there. But yeah, look, I think it's good to see all smiles on the camp of No Cap. It feels like it's been a hot minute since it's been all smiles, but this is where we start the storyline for both of these teams for stage 2. We head to, and I feel like I haven't said this in a while, but Dev, Guz, enjoy.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't remember the last time we casted guys. We might have done 1 or 2 last stage, maybe?
I don't know.
Maybe not.
I don't think so. I think it has been quite some time since we've casted together, but you know, I feel like we've built up the synergy. You know, we were over in Japan recently. We slept.
I
in
learned
the same,
a lot about you back there.
We slept in the same bed. It was a bunk bed for clarification, but I feel like we're closer than ever, James.
Yeah, look, I think you're right, Michael. Can I call you Michael? Is that all right?
No, we're not on that level yet, mate. Come on. You gotta wait till the end of the stage to unlock that. Unlock that.
Yeah, maybe after a few playdays you'll change your mind. But let's get into it. It is No Cap, and like we've kind of alluded to, I'm just so excited because Onigiri's back. He's reunited with Sapper. Which is Sapper called Sapper, or is he called Scatman at the moment? Because funnily enough, Scatman was his OG name way back in the day before he changed to Sapper. And for the most part, like, this is the old Elevate roster, this No Cap squad, which just feels like such a blast from the past. Like, this is the same 5 that was playing at international events quite some time ago. Of course, IDFC had come in to replace Onigiri while he was off in Alaska or something, doing real life or finishing his uni or whatever it was that he was doing. Now he's back. We have the OGs, and I can't lie, like, I'm just so biased in their favor. I just want to see the old Elevate, the now No Cap roster. I just want to see them regain their former glory.
No, I totally agree. Very much an exciting storyline, but important to distinguish that from potential major qualifiers. I think it's probably fair to say that they're leaps and bounds behind the Furies and the Bleeds of the world, at least heading into the stage. Maybe though they can build up into being a dark horse for this particular stage of 2024 for the Montreal position, but I think it's so difficult to pitch them as a team, you know, realistically competing for that spot at the moment. How much have these guys realistically been scrimming behind the scenes? What's the preparation been like for them? Hard to say. I think they'll be able to fall back on a lot of the experience and synergy that they have been able to build over the last several years. But the game has evolved, and so too has the competition here in Asia. So they'll have to step up. And fortunately for them, tonight against a South Asian team should realistically offer them the opportunity to build confidence and start off with a win.
I think they'll need confidence. I do wonder what scrims have looked like for these guys. And obviously it's been quite a while since the stage 1, and they failed to qualify for EWC itself. Hasib Warriors, kind of the same story, really. Like, both of these teams played in the qualifiers. No Cap actually were undefeated in the qualifiers. They did drop a single map to Rival, but aside from that, they ended up beating Rival in that series, and again later in the bracket they had a really strong performance against teams like Daystar. I think No Cap are looking like they're in solid form at the moment, and yeah, I want to know what this roster is going to shape up like. As for now, we're on to Bank. We're going for a roam clear here with No Cap on the attack. And top 4 seems to be completely forfeited by Hasib. No pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, and I'll take sniper control. Positive signs early on here from No Cap, not stalling out on the initial map take. Onigiri to play entry, but falls into the arms of Baz, chilling inside of elevator, no pressure, and equally no information for the attack. So a little bit peculiar there from No Cap praising them for their initial map entry, but then entering that crossfire with seemingly no info at all.
Disappointing. See Onigiri go down so early after all the hype, but there is a chance for redemption here for No Cap. Still a lot of players to clear though, as open area is still firmly within Hasib Warriors' grasp. That's unfortunate. There we go. Second time's the charm. Hole opened. Castle's done a great job of securing the site, or rather the kitchen area and open area, making sure that it's much harder for No Cap to get in and around it. As the logic bomb rings out, looks like most of the players, in fact all 5 of the defenders, have fallen back to the basement. So half the round is wasted, 1 player taken out on the attack, and they can fall back to site.
Yeah, quick opportunity as well just to mention the bans as well. Nothing really standing out outside of maybe Goyo, prominent operator on basement, and typically stalls out that default position and would sometimes force the attack for back hits, hatch drops, etc. Options though going to be limited regardless here in this particular round. Player down. 60 seconds on the clock though, so time not a massive pressing issue just yet. Pistol 3 smokes up. Nitro cell as well for the defense. And that should aid said defense, but Fatar caught in red and default wall to follow.
Yeah, look, this is a pretty solid position now from No Cap. They've got their pick back. They've taken down the smoke, which is one of the main players that is going to deny the plant in the late round. Down goes the diffuser. Have a look at that from Mark. What an off position. Boosted up next to the monitors. There's no information for Hasib. They can't deny it because the smoke's covered him up, and DCH has done a phenomenal job with his DMR at holding on. And with that, Hasib Warriors now have to retake 3 versus 4.
30 seconds then on the counter defuse. Scatman absolutely throws inside of open area, but he's still able to collect 1 for his troubles. What? And a good round there from No Cap. Good off-meta plant position, well timed. Unfortunate there for the defense with the smoke falling in red.
What is Mark saying?
Oh, they're hyped. They're excited.
I cannot believe that I'm looking at this exact 5 roster. You know, I hadn't made the connection that it would be the exact same 5. Like, I knew Onigiri was coming back, but I wasn't sure which player was being subbed out for him. But yeah, it's pretty exciting if you're a nostalgic APAC fan to see the exact same 5 that played at so many events in the past. I think it was the same 5 at Berlin. Thanks, production, for doing Sapper dirty with that replay. Poor guy. Did he have 1 bullet left in the mag? Was that what was up? Or did he just fat finger reload?
I think so. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell you with the HUD, but...
Fair play. I'm thinking back to stage 1, guys. Because I had remembered off the top of my head that No Cap had like 1 really good result in stage 1 and then kind of disappointed us the rest of the stage. And I've looked back over my notes. So, of course, in the opening Playday, if you recall, No Cap actually beat Fury. And this is Fury at the height of their power. They just won back-to-back stages. Opening game, and No Cap, at the time Jalita Esports, 8-6 over Fury on Oregon. Rest in peace. But then following that, they did lose to Bleed and Elevate both without getting any points. So even though they looked pretty solid after the main stage, they unfortunately weren't able to convert that into playoffs because they actually lost in 3 maps to Direwolves in the quarterfinals. So No Cap have kind of been a little bit all over the place. So beating arguably the best or second best team in the league, and yet losing to a team like Direwolves that is far from at their peak. And so I'm wondering like which No Cap we're going to see now. One that's capable of beating teams like Fury, or one that is fumbling in quarterfinals.
Oh.
That is so
Did that actually land? The Brava hack? I don't think so, right? Ambitious.
And you also have to stay within range. Oh, he's getting it now. He got it.
Yeah, so some interesting counterplay over towards lobby with the aggressive Echo Yokai being countered by the Cludges from Bravo. And that will
see him use the
deny info.
Yokai now.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's actually got it. That's so cool. Imagine someone could deny the counter defuse as an attacker with Echo. That would be next level.
I don't think we've ever seen that. I haven't.
I would pay money to see that.
So clash in play as well then for a round that's shaping up to be quite intriguing. Hasib playing it quite aggressively over towards top square to feed info to the rest of the team. No cap, they may look to posture for a front hit, but repel heavy at the moment. Perhaps looking to find something for free, but opportunity is not really being presented here. Utility is still standing in towards site as well, such as that deployable shield. And with the man advantage, Hasib find themselves in some pretty good power positions that they can leverage.
Especially because Fatah's found a pick. DCH gone down. I'm going to keep saying DCH. His name is Erdim on the HUD, but I'm going to keep saying DCH. Same with Scatman, I'm going to keep calling him Sapper. Just for consistency with previous stages, remember the players of old on Jolita. Hasib really can just sit back and wait. Hasib himself is watching everything with the clash. A double flank potential here. Fatah's already found one pick and he's getting very saucy. So is Baz. It looks like No Cap have absolutely no idea about it, but it might not matter because they've gone pretty deep. Now, is there ability for these flanking players to deny the plant? I don't think there is because the plant's been quite deep. Baz jumps out, takes down Onigiri, but is immediately traded by the Claymore. And now Hasib, Clash Shield on his back, is looking for something. He's found one. It is a 3v2. Retake opportunity for Hasib, and it looks so doable. Sapper is here on the windows, and he has to prevent this jump out. But this plant position... Oh, no way. Can the Clash cover this? There's no way! From behind, Mr. Punch for the 3K. Exactly what they needed. It was a brief moment we thought Hasib Warriors had the play, but with the backstab, there's no way No Cap will let that happen.
Yeah, not a particularly poorly played round there from Hasib Warriors. We see the double flank plus the jump out, so able to disrupt the repel game a little bit. Again, though, not enough to deny plant, which was a good opportunistic play by No Cap. They timed that well, whether or not they knew the double flank was had arisen or not. Either way, they found that pocket of space. Then Hasib tried to cook in the post. Good coverage from the Clash against any potential angles from the repel. But then Mr. Punch able to sneak his way in through Jan, able to land shots from behind, and by doing so, lock out the round there for No Cap. Now, I don't know exactly what Din was looking at that instance. Perhaps maybe a little bit cautious of a push through long desk, and seemingly they just did not have any kind of read over towards top square Jan, which was to their demise. Mr. Punch very precise with those shots, not giving any window of opportunity for the trade. And so far, first two rounds from No Cap, not exactly setting the world on fire in terms of the quality of the siege, but I think they're, again, leaning into those fundamentals and the experience that they have to just do enough to get them across the line.
Yeah. Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
No Cap, I'm looking at the stage 1 stats now. No Cap at the time Jolita, they did have one game where they, actually I think it was 2 games where they subbed Onigiri in. Onigiri actually ended up as the highest rated player in the whole stage with a 152 EPS. The next highest is Reeps, 123. So that shows the potential of this guy. Now he's on the Amaru. I want to see a little bit more than 0-2 because we're hyping him up so much. We know what this guy's capable of. We've seen it many years ago. We've even seen it last stage when he came to sub in. This is a nice little trap here. Din is trapped it. I think he's actually just managed to sprint away. He's so low HP, and Mr. Punch almost gets him through the wall. Good attempt there from No Cap, and they peppered some damage into these roamers, but as I say that, eventually do confirm the first. Taha getting a little bit too aggressive, and Onigiri finally gets his first pick on the scoreboard.
Yeah, DCH there on the Deimos with the death mark on Vigil, and then the rest of the team able to play around that information. So this lineup from No Cap really good in getting that initial map control. Information combined with the Amari, you can deny intel with the Brava. We'll see though how that translates into the late round, although it may not matter with a 2-man advantage. Hasib also falls. Din from that earlier engagement also low and may well be forced to make a play. Mr. Punch will now progress forward in through lounge. Information available. Din able to escape.
HP.
And again, another good initial beginning to the round for No Cap where they're getting this map control.
Well, that nade could be very deadly. Din's on 5 HP. He does get away. He gets a C4, eventually taken down by DCH here with that Vendetta. 2v4 now. Make that a 1v4 as Sap has finished off Fatah. All up to Baz, but if they keep giving him ones, this might be doable. 1v4 down to a 1v2. Over a minute on the clock, he's making his move around, and okay, this is making it very difficult now. DCH has got the death mark on him, knows exactly where he is. He can call out to his teammate, and Sapper can start to force that plant down. He's got the diffuser again. He's smoked off the cover. And now Baz is in a very difficult position. Yeah, he might know where the DCH is next to that death mark, but in a 1v2, this is pretty much an impossible task.
Yeah, really disciplined there from NoCap. Have that death mark and the smoke available, get the plant down, force the retake, and prevent any more ones from being fed his way. 3-0 start for NoCap, and I think they'll be quite pleased.
It will have to be, especially because it is on the attacking side now. Bank can skew attacker's direction, but I think Hasib really need to fire up. I mean, have a look at that. Got 3 players with 1 kill. Taha on the donut. Baz the only one with more than 1 so far. Tactical timeout that is well and truly called for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, arguably 2 of the kills here are pretty free exits that didn't necessarily impact the round of the match all too much. So certainly hasn't been the best of starts here for Hasib Warriors, but not a position in which they cannot salvage. Bank, in some circumstances, in some particular head-to-heads with some ban configs, can actually be quite a menace to defend just due to the nature of teams that are really good on the entry, like NoCap have shown, and getting that quick map control and catching defense off guard and creating space, forcing rotations, and cluttering comms in the early portion of the round. So we'll see if Hasib are able to respond, maybe play a bit more on the contact, or perhaps double down and bunker down on site and try to avoid those fights. I think they've probably seen enough now that they should be able to formulate a game plan that can help counter the way in which NoCap are approaching the map, which has been pretty decisive and similar across this first half.
Well, we've seen at least some moments where Hasib have nice ideas, but yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to what their plan is post tactical timeout, because this top floor, where I thought they looked the best, this was essentially a clutch from NoCap, the 2v3 post plan. Really, that was mainly just a result of Hasib kind of over-roaming, over-flanking when it wasn't necessary. They had 2 people try and flank square when there was no one from NoCap there, and the plant was going down inside. Hasib didn't have enough pressure there, didn't have enough information on site. And they forfeited the clash. Like, they're changing their strat quite significantly, and it wasn't that the clash did anything wrong. The clash was actually really powerful. Hasib did a great job last time on this bomb site at keeping NoCap at bay for a while, yet they've completely changed their tack.
So final setup then in place. It's the Mirror in Jan facing over towards that main CC repel, a position that is quite commonly held. Normally in response, the attack will bring the tools such as maybe a Deimos to clear from down below, or a Capital to fire that position out. Neither of which will be available this time around, although you can ace from range, ash from range. Smokes are also a decent backup from Brava if needed as well. But it is, again, repel heavy here from NoCap. See if they commit a little bit more over towards top square or lobby. Either likely viable. But for now, it's just a util dump into these main window positions, trying to clear that mirror window as mentioned before, and that one I think should have landed. Elsewhere, Taha lands his shot, but that mirror window is still standing. So not the best of starts here from NoCap for a team whose early round so far has been quite sound.
I like the pick from Flores, because there's so much util on the site with the Kiba barriers and castle barricades to protect these fortified positions. And with the Ash, with the Flores, that's the util that you're looking at to try and clear these positions. However, with the Zove going down, it does restrict what is available to some degree. And as we can see, there's still so much util up, like even this bulletproof camera right here, which I think was just able to EMP the Flores drone in time. I didn't quite catch whether that was the case, but I'm pretty sure that Rotero didn't actually detonate. This is pretty awkward for NoCap. There's so much util still to clear. Yeah, indeed, I'm right. So much util still to clear.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. Probably going to end up being a brute force effort here from NoCap. But they have found pockets of space in the past that they've been able to abuse. As you can see, deep lines of sight, though, to contest. So Mark has to try and get himself in a plant position to force those defenders deep to reposition and walk into the crossfire on the repel.
There's info here. Fatah might actually know where this plant's going down, but because the wall's reinforced, there's no way that he can actually deny it. As I say that, Taha and Din do spring into action and the plant is denied, so at least the information was relayed to the rest of the team to guarantee that that worked out for them. Now it's desperate times for NoCap. Nice shots. Maybe back into the realm of possibility. Mr. Punch for a 1-2. All up to Din now. This magnified scope. Gotta find 2 players, but he knows where that diffuser has been left. His teammate is on the ground that can give out call-outs. A little bit of information, especially with this bulletproof camera. Mr. Punch goes in deep. They're not looking to plant, they're looking to hunt. And they fall because of it. Din just has to wait. And Hasib do find their first round.
Yeah, questionable decision making there from NoCap in the late round to go for the hunt. BBC still up, feeding info. I think there may have been some counter info available to NoCap, which was maybe why they decided to go for it. Although it looked like the sync and positioning was a little bit off. Maybe caught in 2 minds between the plant and the hunt. I think planting probably would have been a little bit more favorable in that position, given the amount of lines of sights that were playable. But that BBC potentially just planting that seed of doubt. Either way though, Hasib able to lock out a round that really should have been theirs by a far greater margin. They won the early round util game. They were able to win a couple of picks on the entry into Ward's side, or at least the initial attempt. Unfortunately then just threw a couple of picks by standing in lines of sight. There were a lot, to be fair, but still there was a lack of discipline from them. But fortunately they're able to clutch up and at least amount a round in the half.
10 seconds remaining.
Back down to the basement. I'm curious to see what NoCap's plan is for the plant again, because last time it was the boost up onto the little desk next to the monitors in the A-bomb site, CCTV. But if Hasib realized after the fact where that plant spot was, then they'll now know to pre-fire that position. That said, I've been really impressed by the way that NoCap used smokes. We saw it, I think it was you remarked on it, Guz, during the open area round. In that 2v1, using smokes just to cut off lines of sight. We saw the same on this basement execute. Now really pacey entry. Like, there must be pre-placed drones here for Sapper to enable him to get in so quickly. It's a rush. Volt rush with Blitz.
Yeah, line Dokkaebi. Thinker if needed.
And the Dokkaebi call goes out. There's a gas, which is nice. And Fatah hit in the corner. The combination of the gas and the ability from Fenrir and Fatah sitting holding firm has made this pretty awkward now for NoCap. Nice idea, but well read by Hasib. They were just in position for it. And now NoCap fighting from behind. Might actually be shots able to land here for Onigiri. A little bit of damage done onto the little toesies of Taha. Oh. He's taken so low and finished off. That is filthy from Onigiri.
And again, it's just these small opportunities that continue to be exploited by NoCap to get themselves back in to round-winning positions. Now, it is still a 3v4 on basement. Essentially, the round now reset in terms of pacing. But now another good test of the discipline of Hasib Warriors. We saw it was shaky in the last round. Still able to win it out, but this time here, round 5, in a side that should be even more superior to fortify and less to worry about. We'll see how they go about closing this one out.
The 3 players are still on this middle floor. No one has rotated towards server yet. But I believe that's Sapper's job now. Seems like Hasib still feel like there's potential for a Volt drop, but it does seem like NoCap are making this rotate. As I say that, Mr. Punch is sprinting the opposite direction, so I think he's going to go garage. This is a very split push from NoCap.
Yeah, we'll see then. 40 seconds on the clock, and the final wave of droning now to come through. Frag grenade red should be able to clear out that position again. Very deep from Hasib Warriors. Almost got caught out there by the outline.
Nice. And opening pick from Sapper as well. Bringing it back to numbers even. Mr. Punch, he should have been spotted here in garage, but he still is able to find a kill. This plant might be able to go out, but he's going to be exposed to lines of sight. Din is in the prime position. He needs to take this fight on the player in garage. It's up to Mr. Punch to win it. He's being swung by 2 people. It doesn't matter because Mr. Punch is holding them off solo. Din not able to deny this plant. He slips on through for a brief moment, finds the first pick, finds the second, It's all up to Onigiri. E1D locks him in place for a brief moment, and Sapper has been revived. He stands up again and takes his head clean off. Beautiful work from NoCap to go up 4-1.
Again, I can't help but shake the feeling that this feels eerily similar to stage 1 for Hasib Warriors and South Asia as a whole, where they have competitive moments throughout rounds, but when it comes to crunch time, when it comes to the points of the round that are critical, especially late round, that's where their weaknesses begin to show, and experienced teams can shine. It's happened several times now throughout this match, and another example there, round 5. Like, early round was far better there for NoCap. That was one of their earlier strengths, but in this particular occasion, that rush attempt, or however you want to phrase it, was actually shot down quite nicely. But then again, just defenders continuing to overexpose and overpeak proved costly, left it in that clutch scenario which they were unable to win out. So Hasib close, but not quite close enough here throughout this particular match. A 2-4 is an absolute must here if they're to remain, within a chance of pushing this game to either a victory or an OT.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds to go.
It takes a tactical timeout for Hasib to get a round win, and they're only going to get 1 round win per game because you don't get infinite tactical timeouts. NoCap are looking really in control here on Bank, and I just love how prompt they are. Like, look at this, so quick. There are feet holes to watch this position, but there was clearly pre-placed drones that enabled Sapper to just quickly sprint on inside.
Well, no one's even watching drones. Literally, no one's watching drones. Now they are, but during that portion, no one was even watching drones. So I don't know exactly how they're having that live info, or if it's just intuition, but it's working well.
That's kind of wild. Well, Hasib is in a position to drop back into open area, but his retreat has essentially been cut. He's been droned, and he's surely dead. Like, peppered with bullets as he retreats, and hunted from up top. I mean, this is beautiful from NoCap. So organized, so effective already, and opening pick, so much map control.
Yeah, brutal. Just swarming from so many positions, and Hasib, I think, are half-heartedly trying to play into the roam. Not necessarily wanting to over-commit, because then they know that NoCap will expose site through routes like Garage and Dirt. So yeah, it's a rough position that they find themselves in. But that support network off-site falling apart. Now Onigiri, up to 3 kills after a slow start, now progresses down through main, as both of the primary hatches will be opened up by Mark. And only halfway through the round now, so in terms of that time benchmark, they're very much ahead of where they need to be.
The Blitz, of course, is still lying in wait. So many choices here to make for NoCap, all of which are pretty good choices. Like, you could push Garage, that's proved effective for them in the past. You could push Blue, which, okay, should work, but apparently not.
What?
As DCH just gets absolutely obliterated by Baz with the shotgun. Pretty awkward. I mean, the Blitz is the perfect tool to try and counter that position and deal with that heavy setup with the Warden and the ADSs. And now, in through Garage, Mr. Punch has to make good. He's being contested by Din. Out goes a nade. Mr. Punch going for the swing again, but he loses his fight. Surely NoCap don't fumble this.
Well, one of the rounds where it probably looked more definite for NoCap is the one in which they will slide. Give away to Hasib. And a somewhat anticlimactic end to the half, at least for the NoCap fans, but for Hasib Warriors, injecting perhaps a little bit of life in this match. As mentioned, a 4-2 was absolute bare minimum for this map to remain somewhat competitive. And we'll see if they can roll that into the attack.
It's kind of crazy. I'm looking at the opening kills for this game so far. Funnily enough, it's actually been mostly on Hasib's Warriors. Like, in that half, it's a 4-2 split for Hasib and NoCap in terms of the opening kills. And almost always, it's in the first 45 seconds to a minute of the round. There was one exception, but all of the other accounts, it's in the first minute of the round, which is very early. And it goes to show how much Hasib Warriors were contesting on the roam on Bank, and how pacey NoCap were looking to get. I'm curious to see in the second half if we see that continue, because it really will be NoCap that gets to set the pace and how aggressively they play on their defense. This was the first moment where that round started to slip away from NoCap. It was the moment when the Blitz solo started to push the Warden and ended up losing his life. I mean, that's big credit to the Warden of Baz. I mean, he really should not be winning against a blitz like that, but he managed to land 2 really nice toe shots, and enough pellets from the shotgun will do the job. NoCap just need to forget about that round, because it started great, it was looking really hot, and then they just gifted it up to Hasib piece by piece. Now move on to the defense, let's see what they can do.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
So 0 in play then for round number 7. Bank, one of the more popular maps for that particular operator. The Argus Cam Launcher can help provide a lot of information on a map that is so large. And we'll see if NoCap are going to employ a roam game here in which that information will be valuable. Vigil in play, offsite, so too is Mr. Punch on smoke. And so I think that gives a pretty fair and broad indication as to how aggressive the roam is going to be. And already I'm starting to see the difference between the two teams. Now, the entry stat line aside, just the pace of entry. I mean, at this point, we're already seeing NoCap competing for main stairs control. A little bit more methodical here from Hasib. They do have the IQ as well in play, so looking to be aware of any info gathering tools or traps. But this pace difference already quite notable.
Also, it's pretty notable where NoCap are actually contesting this roam. Like, nobody on the top floor, and the ground floor players are quite well spread. We've actually got a player in Archives. I don't think we really saw much of that at all from Hasib. And it does seem to be a fallback strategy. Like, Mark has made his way over near the hatch. Now, Scatty. Scatty. Scatman is taken down early. He was the boss G player. I was hoping for some nice shots from him, but he gets taken out. And yeah, with that, Hasib have a pretty solid advantage.
This sounds like a DJ name, DJ Scatty.
I would love to see that, actually. I reckon Scatman, he's got a DJ in him somewhere, for sure.
Yeah, well, he's going to be flicking drones, not DJ decks for the rest of this round. Oh, Mr. Punch. Aggro.
Bye-bye.
Able to get back towards site. Punishes Batar from down below. And critically will carry across those 3 smoke canisters into the late round as well with a minute on the clock. Hatches being worked. And that will prompt the sneak through Garage as well, which could actually play a key role in this round.
Onigiri's found a pick.
Well, could have.
PMR man holding on to Garage. Yeah, I mean, he's the king of Garage, apparently. He was really good at holding and pushing through it on attack, and he's good at holding it on defense. Nature of taking a gun like that, you're always going to win those long-range fights. What you expect to most of the time. Hasib, though, 3v4 have a solid chance at still making this work because they do have server control, and now they've managed to start executing onto that position. Da's actually going to go for a plant straight away. Mr. Punch should be damaging him right now, but apparently the smoke isn't landing because he pulls off a plant. That's a huge blunder. Now the door is wide open for Hasib.
Yeah, I think that canister just landing a little bit too deep. Now retake on the cards for NoCap. 4 versus 3, but one of the more difficult objectives to wrangle control back of Hasib. Good off angle, open area, but dies up above. Retake from Mark is clean. Now Din, Taha with deep angles. Taha up above, good for 2.
Taha.
Clean. And now it's up to Onigiri. Some would say the star of the show, or at least was in days of old. But now being assaulted by utility from above. Red ping gets the kill, but no time. And so it will be a Hasib round, despite Onigiri getting 3 in the round. And solid work there from the attack.
Yeah. Oh, well, he gave it his all. He's still got a smile on his dial, and he managed to get a couple of kills to pad the stats for it. Not bad from Hasib, though. I mean, it really came down to that crucial mishap with the smoke. I think Mr. Punch is going to be punching himself for that one. But for Hasib, they're one step closer to tying the scoreline. Only 1 round in deficit. After really robbing NoCap of the last 2 rounds, this is looking like a much more competitive match than I certainly expected.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see if that is a trend that continues again. That round win, as exciting as it is, was off the back of a large mistake, but to be fair, often, especially here in Asia League, a lot of win conditions can open up off the back of mistakes. It's just about capitalizing upon them, and they did. They played really well on the post as well, despite NoCap finding good routes for the retake attempt, especially in that contest open area. So, yeah, credit to Hasib. Able to hold F on the plant and then have the structure in the post. And we'll see how that translates over to top floor now for round number 8.
10 seconds to insertion.
So, as of before that round went down, and Onigiri got a couple of exit frags, he was actually the lowest rated player in the server. After all the hype, he's struggling. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the map, maybe it's just his first game back, maybe NoCap is struggling in general. The scoreline is certainly showing that. Even though they've had some good moments, they've fumbled 2 rounds that they really shouldn't have. And Hasib, look, they're no slouches. They are one of the best teams from South Asia, and they did manage to win 1 game last stage. I don't know. I'm hopeful that we can see more from Hasib this stage, but it's always difficult to expect that. I think it was Knock Knock that they managed to take down. Sorry, it was actually Daystar that Hasib Warriors managed to take down in stage 1. But it would be a pretty big moment if they could take down another SEA team. A couple more strong attacks, and perhaps it's on the cards.
So Azami and Castle then in combination round 8. That adds a lot of utility for this attack to clear, and they don't have the best of tools to deal with it, outside of a couple of explosives. Onigiri gets the first. That's Nomad on the ground, and so opens up potential flank opportunities later on in the round. Taha, though, still adamant in progressing forward and gets the Talon Shield down top square. That helps in cutting off the retake from Jan, and the timing was quite awkward. Taha, though, survives off the back of that Talon Shield, thankfully enough. And so a couple of pressure points now that NoCap needs to be mindful of.
Here comes the breach on the main wall. Playing that position will be covered from any swing thanks to the Osa shield. I like this idea from Hasib. These Osa plants have worked well for very strong teams in the past, and they've got this idea with 2 players on Repel, Hasib lurking in lobby. A lot of pieces here for a potential execute, but of course they're not dealing with the janitor hallway, and that potentially does open the equation for Scatman, who's got 2 impact grenades to go and swing and destroy that shield. However, it seems like Hasib are covering off that position, but they don't have a lot of players to do so with. Hasib does find a kill on his lurk, but is immediately traded. Taha feeling the pressure at the moment. An impact goes out. Still, 1 impact remains for Sapper. He's about to feel some pressure, though. Taha's going for the swing. Him and Din. The fire comes out. It seems like Sapper is still able to survive. He's just prone. He's not giving away his position as of yet. 25 seconds. It comes down to a desperate swing in from Din, who will be quickly taken down. Nice 2K to close it from DCH. And that is the round done and dusted. A convincing one for NoCap.
Yeah, I think that round for Hasib is a little bit more forgivable if that Talon Shield facing Jan Hall gets taken down by the impacts, and that's kind of the counterplay that I'd expected, but a couple of players fall with the shield still up, so they're not getting value from the utility that they had positioned to counter that exact play. And by the time they were able to execute the set play for the execute with the Talon Shield in through Breach, well, there's only 1 player left on Repel to cover, and that's not going to be enough for that plan to be successful. So NoCap find those small windows of opportunity again, those lines of sight exposing attackers that, again, aren't playing into that setup correctly. So good work defensively there, good recovery from NoCap after the failed basement defense. And now over to open area round 9. Pulse in play, which is a bit of a sight, a bit intriguing. Perhaps to try and ward off the map clear up above, but Hasib also will now finally lean into the Blitz, which has been a bit of a talking point so far tonight.
And just to touch on that pulse for a second, we saw Din do it as well on defense for Hasib. Wasn't hugely successful, but yeah, typically you want your pulse playing around tellers and archives because, of course, the ceiling above leads up into CEO and Executive Lounge and all that. Of course, the floor is all soft, so you can make the most of that C4. Is this the... Okay, alright. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. Din had a nice idea to quickly buck open this wall, but a pre-fire, I mean, I don't think DCH ever would have seen him, but a quick spray down, or Mr. Punch rather, I don't think he would have seen him. A quick spray down does the job.
So Breach is being deployed then elsewhere. Salma's from Baz. Not entirely sure what is opening up, but currently positioned outside Terrace. Probably looking for some control up above. I think Hasib now needs to be heavily reliant on the blitz to help make a play, facilitate something, especially now if Hasib wants peace in the grave as well. And no cap rotating directly into this push.
No way, bro. As if. That is one way to take down a blitz nice and early from DCH. The blitz facing away for a brief moment. It was a split second to land that shot with the Boss G, and he did. Impact to finish it off is always a nice sight to see. Looks like No Cap are approaching match point, up to Baz and Fatah to disprove me. But upstairs, with no one gifting them an opportunity to find picks, I find it very doubtful.
Yeah, unfortunately another undercooked round from the attack. And No Cap doing a good job in just continually being disruptive, taking opportunities, applying pressure. And this is shaping up to be quite a solid start to the stage for them and a confidence builder, which is the way we pitched it, so I feel vindicated. Now in the 1 versus 5, Baz will look to pad the stats a bit, but he's about to die.
Bang! Boss G goes brum. DCH very happy about that one. 2 big kills with it that rounds. And with that match point, of course, for No Cap. Look, Hasib have had some good moments this game, guys, and they've stolen a few rounds that perhaps they shouldn't have. But if anything, that's would be seen as a warning sign. You know, if No Cap didn't fumble 1 or 2 rounds where they had an advantage, this could be an even more convincing scoreline. And at the moment, if it does end up something like 7-3, that's not a great look for Hasib. With the replay, there was this job from DCH to land the shot with the Boss G, and of course he did so at the end as well. Hasib going on to a attack of the basement, and realistically the only reason they won this previously was because of a misplaced smoke babe from No Cap. Well, that ain't going to happen again, because guess what hasn't been picked? The smoke.
True.
In fact, there's very little plant denial whatsoever. There's 1 C4.
I get the impression that this is going to be a round where No Cap run around and shoot everybody and don't get traded and win the round before Hasib touch the site. That's just my very bold and deep analytical take on what this round's going to look like.
Yeah, I would not disagree with you there. I'm just happy that we get Mr. Onigiri on a DMR again. He seems to love it. He's infamous for it. He's been running it for years, far before DMRs were meta. He was the DMR guy. And I expect he'll be holding on to Garage, this time with Aruni instead of the Tubarao. Switch out 1 DMR for another. Let's see what Hasib have got for us. I expect there will be eventually... Oh, that is nasty. That is a cheeky frost map, but that's how you get in someone's head. When you know that you push your opponent to the edge, perhaps a little bit of tilt setting in, perhaps they're overthinking everything, that's when you bring out the trap operators. They're likely to make the misstep like those cheeky frost placements. But I do wonder from Baz, like the idea with the knock, is this some kind of sneak Garage? But now it looks like top floor is where he is going to enter.
I can't wait to see how much Nook we see next week onwards with the rework. I think that's going to be very intriguing. Especially teams that love getting in the map early and just sit somewhere as a mobile turret. I think it's going to be insane.
Yeah, the ability to just sit in one place with your ability active and not drain the gadget, yeah, amazing. But also, like, let's not forget that the FMG is getting a decent buff as well.
Yep.
I mean, it did get a nerf a little while ago, and I think that really was part of the reason why Nook's pick rate plummeted. Not to mention, of course, the frag grenade situation changing. But yeah, I would love to see what teams are capable of next week. For now, it looks like an explosive drop, perhaps, from Taha. As Fatah is ready here. I like the combination of the fuse gadget and the opening of the hatch. However, it's not able to secure a kill. Mark down, but not out. I believe he's dropped below. They will be able to revive him.
Yeah, good play there from Hasib. A little bit unlucky that they don't find the kill, the pick, just the down, but Mark now 20 HP for the remainder of round 10. Remaining hatches now being opened up by Hasib, and this is going to be a round that very much comes down to the death. Again, I was anticipating a lot more in the way of engagements offsite. However, that won't be the case, and that should, on paper, be a situation that actually does favor Hasib with the lack of Plantanon.
Yeah, but I don't think there's going to need much Plantanar with the time ticking away. This is really going to hinge on what kind of control Hasib are able to get. I mean, we've got Baz. He's going to look for garage control, which we would always expect out of an operator like Nock. But Onigiri is going to be holding that with a DMR, so I expect him to succeed in that fight. Elsewhere, it looks to be some kind of a vault drop, which ironically is what No Cap are probably best positioned for. There you go. Onigiri does get the better of Baz. I would put my money on him any day of the week to hold on to garage with that DMR. Let's see what Hasib have got for us. Well, Fatah's got nothing. Sapper takes him down. Big double C4 from DCH. All up to Hasib himself. And he is quickly taken down by Sapper. The boys are back. A dominant victory in their re-entry into the league. No Cap are not capping.
Yeah, good work there from No Cap. Oh man, I love their jerseys. I feel like I may have seen something similar to that in the past. I don't know. Yeah, basking in former glory a little bit, but looking to build into something potentially special here in stage 2 of 2024. They needed a good start, good confidence builder, and they're able to execute that. And I think everyone has sort of settled into their roles quite nicely here for the first Playday.
Yeah. Looking very good on No Cap. Rob, Mr. Host Man, the hostess with the mostest. What do you think?
I'm the host man.
And the most what?
Just the most.
Hang on? Do you want to say what I got the most of, guys?
Let's do it.
I can show you if you want. It's probably not stream friendly. Maybe we'll do it after the break. Look, I think that's pretty much what we expected. I maybe even saw a bit more from Hasib, which was good to see. I think we saw structure from the South Asian team that maybe we haven't seen as much of in the past. I think that they had a couple of good rounds where they definitely had their footing in, and it just came down to like a couple of small little minute details going wrong. It's very difficult when you're going up against a team like No Cap that they have history. There is no two ways about it. This roster have been together for like 4 years. They are going to understand the game fundamentally on a different level than you will. And so I think, overall, I know that it probably doesn't sound incredible. I think it was a 7-3 loss in the end. I know that doesn't sound fantastic, but for me, I'm actually hopeful for Hasib. We saw enough from them. We saw that they are here to compete. But I want to keep it probably more in the camp of No Cap, because Dev, this is the performance that you need to see at the kickstarting of a stage. You can't come into this kind of an opportunity where, again, it's a spot on the line to the major. You can't come into a league like this and start slow, especially if you're in that top 4 position.
Very much so, and No Cap didn't start slow at all in Stage 1. Their first game, they took down Fury. It was actually the ending that was slow. Their worst game was when they got knocked out in the quarterfinals by Direwolves, a team which we had all expected. Yeah, to definitely be the weaker of the two, and No Cap losing that game was definitely a red flag. Now they're back with their new roster, or their old roster, if you want to look at it that way. I do think they have a chance at challenging for top 4 or better, but we need to see things tighten up, because there were a few rounds there that really should have been theirs that weren't. Even little things like in that first half, some nice attacks, but they're losing 4 out of 6 opening picks. I'd love to see Onigiri warm up a little bit earlier into the game, not to throw shade, but he had a bit of a slow start. And I expect with a little bit more time, No Cap will be challenging teams like Bleed and Fury once again.
Well, you can't talk trash and not give the man an opportunity to speak himself. Onigiri, we welcome him to the broadcast of Stage 2. It is incredible to see you once again. What are your thoughts on Dev's comments there? Do you think you had a slow start?
Yeah, for sure. I have a slow start because I've been in Alaska for 3 months. And then, my teammate decided to, between me and Chinja, and they decided to put me on the main roster, 1 or 2 weeks before the league starts. And then I'm trying my best to get my chemistry back with my team.
I mean, if I'm being completely honest, it doesn't look like it ever left. We were looking at the player cams throughout certain portions of the game, and we could see big smiles, especially coming from your face, which is something that if we cast our minds back, we will remember very fondly. I've got to ask you, obviously, you're only 2 weeks back into the roster, but has the break brought about any kind of changes that we need to know about?
The break for me is it's good for me, I guess. I want to take a time off from the game. It's kind of frustrated with other cheater and things. And then I work in Alaska for 3 months as a cashier, and then I don't have access to like any computer. I like just scanning product and things. So it's a big change for me and a big break. I'm trying my best, like I said, to perform at the same as I used to be.
Welcome back, sir. By the way, I just got
Thank
to
you,
say
sir.
that. I can't believe you're in Alaska, man. Like, how did your little Thai body deal with that? It's bloody cold in Alaska.
It's a summer job, and then I feel like it's a good place to take a time off from the siege, I guess. And then I make like as much as I play in Asia League, so I think it's a good thing.
Well, actually, Onigiri, if you do well in this particular stage, you maybe even qualify for the major, you could probably make a hell of a lot more money by doing that. So it's good to have you
Yeah,
back.
that's true.
How realistic do you think your guy's shot is at actually being, competitive against the Furies and the Bleeds of the world?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like worried because, like I said, I haven't touched a game in 3 months, and Apex Super Team like Bleed and Fury, they've been playing the game every day and screaming every day, so it's gonna be tough. But I think that anything is possible. We have a chance to win against every team, and every team has a chance to lose also. So yeah, I'll try my best.
Onigiri, you're a man of diplomacy. That's all I can say. But when you got that DMR in your hand, I tell you what, you do things to me, my friend. You do things to me. It is so good to have you back on the broadcast and, of course, a part of the No Cap roster. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
I'll try my best for this stage. And No Cap fan, thank you for your support again. It's good to be back, and it's good to talk to you guys again. Thank you, sir, for having me here. And I hope you have a good day.
Onigiri, my friend, sir, thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon.
Yes, sir. Have a good one.
That is the first time I'm hearing him hit that is the first time I have heard him hit a sir like, yes, sir. It's always very proper. It is great to have Onigiri back. Look at all our smiles. It doesn't get much better than this on broadcast, I can tell you that much. But Dev, what's your lookout in terms of, looking at No Cap as a roster, a competitive roster?
I'm just so shamelessly biased and happy to have Onigiri back. Like, I'm the biggest Onigiri shill ever, and I'm just so happy to have him back. He's taken a 3-month break. Not many times do we see that happen. Like, I can't think of many players that have taken like a serious break where they don't even play the game and come back and succeed. Occasionally we see like quote unquote washed up players retry it and it doesn't work, but I don't think Onigiri's got so much talent. Like, at the point when he left playing the game, he was good enough to be an export and go join an NA or a European team. There's no doubt about that. And I think with a little bit of practice, he can get back to that point again. I just think, unfortunately, as a team, like, No Cap has fallen behind Fury and Bleed in the last 9 months to a year. And honestly, even longer than that, I'd say, man, like a year and a half it's been. These guys just, hit an amazing high in, like, Berlin and around that period of time. And since then, they just haven't been able to get back to that point. I think this is finally the moment where if all these 5 players are taking this seriously and they believe in this roster, the sky is the limit.
Yeah, it's tough when resources dissipate and disappear in front of your eyes like that. But I guess you could say Onigiri went from fragging barcode to scanning them. But on that note, we're going to go to a short break on the other side. We're going to see Bleed kickstart their stage 2. Welcome back. You alright, Gus?
Yeah, no, sorry. Obviously, James is done for the night, so he's signed out and said goodbye, and no one said goodbye back. So I found that quite amusing. But
Yes.
yeah, see you, James.
I kind of felt like I heard his headset hit the ground as well as he walked away from us. But
He was very bad.
That's okay. It is what it is. You know, sometimes that happens. We're all smiles here on the Asia League. Xenox, maybe not so much, but welcome back, my friend.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I enjoyed watching that last game of Siege. Now I'm looking forward to this
What
next
was your
game of
favorite?
Siege.
What was your favorite part, Jake? Any moments stand out to you?
I did enjoy the map veto process. I'm not gonna lie, that was
Really?
actually quite entertaining. I watched like probably every single round and took good notes. Onigiri started slow and then he got better as the game went on.
Did you notice when they spat the dummy? Was that something you noticed?
Absolutely. Threw the toys out of the crib, you know, the whole 9 yards. To be fair, for a sim,
I can see that.
they did better than I thought. I'm not gonna lie, I had to go eat dinner and I was like, oh, I better be quick. I better be quick with this because I don't know, this could be a quick game. I came back and I was like, oh, they're still going. So I was like, you know what, good job, Hasib.
Pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, well done.
Surprised. Look, I don't know if I have as much hope for Knock Knock coming up against Bleed. This matchup for me is probably, I mean, it's as far on the other end of the spectrum as you can almost get in this league. It's going to be a very difficult game. Guys, looking at this roster, there is one big difference coming into Stage 2. Obviously, you and Xenox got to cast at EWC and see this roster move in effect. But for those of you who aren't aware, Leader has stepped in. Ashfi has been removed from the roster or benched. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not going to start rumors there. How do you feel as though this iteration has gone?
Well, Jake can correct me here, but I'm actually pretty sure we avoided casting Bleed at all at EWC.
Oh, no way.
So we've actually not seen them, or not at least not casted them directly.
Yep.
But Leader obviously has a wealth of international experience, played decently at EWC, and so too did Bleed. And I think if there's anyone that wants to knock me on my prediction that Fury are ever so slightly ahead, I think it would be fair to say that the EWC prediction probably does counter that because they look quite good. Now, again, as I sort of highlighted before, the big potential turmoil that could bubble up again here for Bleed is the Turdster storyline. I'm led to believe that in between Stage 1 and EWC, he was dropped and then re-qualified for his spot. And I have never heard of that ever happening. And I've been doing Siege for like 5 years now. That is crazy.
Don't give it away, Guz. Just redirect people to the Jake and Guz show. Fill them in there.
All
the information.
Look, I'm not a shill like you. But I think the rosters, I think they're a very good team. Again, if they have rocky moments or rocky starts or whatever led to him being dropped in the first place arises once more, how are you going to fix that in such a brutal stage with only one spot on the line? That's my only asterisk on this team at the moment.
Jake, we need to reframe and rename you. I'm telling you right now, it's Jake the Shilvin idiot. It's what's going to happen from here on out. But we'll move on to Knock Knock. The roster, this is going to be a very big change. Now, as far as I'm aware, Zedox is not on the roster. I could be speaking out of tone there, but
I think
I did get a chance to speak with Jittery, and he had told me that Zedox is in. My apologies. Rattler is out because he's actually gone to the US of A, if you would believe that.
Wait, is he playing for Dark Zero?
Oh, you just never know. You just never know, mate. There have been funnier storylines. Stranger
leak.
things have happened.
That's a big leak. That's a big leak.
I don't know. That's your kind of leak. I'm telling you that much. But yeah, looking at this roster, I think one big thing that obviously sticks out is just the way in which Stage 1 kind of progressed. It was quite brutal, to be perfectly honest, but you know, a win against Hasib, their brothers in arms, if you will, and then an OT point against Jalita found them into playoffs, which then we got to see more of them, Xenox. However, it didn't go too well from there. So, you know, coming into this game, definitely the expectation is for Bleed to be indomitable. There is no two ways about it. And the map pick, I think it's really just a choice of Graveyard, Guz.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh,
wow. Okay. Well, we
Where's
almost saw
Leia
there.
at?
I wonder how telling this veto is. in how much Bleed have boot camped this map. There is absolutely no chance you're taking big risks and leaving it that late unless you are prepared for the map. And honestly, I'd be questioning why you'd be wanting to play it against Knock Knock and reveal it in a match where you should just be beating them outright on literally any of the other 8 maps. That's pretty intriguing. But we go to Nighthaven Labs, a map that has certainly well and truly now entered into the meta, and teams have popularized the map, have been playing it quite a bit. And so, yeah, we'll see if Knock Knock are up to scratch on this particular map, because Bleed no doubt will be.
Yeah, 2 roster changes for Knock Knock coming into this 1 roster change over the stage, but obviously Bleed have already shown that they can perform with their new iteration. Xenox, do you have anything of any words of wisdom for us for this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think Nighthaven Labs is a very resounding A+ here for Bleed. They should win this comfortably. It's a map they've been able to bring into their map pool throughout stage 1. Didn't play it, grand final, brought it out, smashed Fury 7-1, decimated them, and then they brought it out at EWC as well very recently, beating Wolves on it, and then beating FaZe Clan on it, although of course that one did go to 8-7. So I think when I kind of look at this map, this should be a whitewash. In fact, it even has been so good for them recently that it forced out a ban from W7M. So yeah, this is a straight win for Bleed. I do agree though with Guz. I mean, I'm very surprised that Lair made it all the way to the end, because you don't really benefit too much. But I guess it's a case of playing chicken in some ways, because it takes a ban away throughout really the first couple of weeks of this stage. It's going to be a case of try and force the opponent to ban Lair so that we have a better veto process.
Yeah, this is a dangerous prospect for Knock Knock, and it doesn't. There are not too many discussion points in their camp heading into this one that we can really highlight, I guess, as an optimistic point of view. But I will correct myself. Before I said I spoke to Jittery, it was actually Envy who I spoke to. And one thing that they noted is over the break, which obviously is quite extensive, they were working more on player coordination and just the overall team environment to try and make it more enjoyable for everyone. So there might be something in that you know, we can kind of hold on to hope for Knock Knock. Maybe not in this game specifically, but more so over the course of the entire stage. But Guz, there's also another comment in there that I think is quite important to, you know, make comment on, which is quotation marks. Everyone knows that latency is an issue for us when we compete against Asian teams, but I think it is what it is. We have to cope with it for now.
Wait, did you just say the L word instead of the P word to soften the blow? Latency instead of ping? Is that?
That's not my
wow.
words. That comes from Envy.
Wow, 2024. It's really changed you, Rob. Yeah, for those unaware, the UAE server available for this match, and that's what we're playing it on.
Yep. Thank you for that incredible insight there, guys. So ping will be as it will be harsh for both sides. Sorry, latency will be as harsh on both sides of the spectrum here for these two teams. It's going to be a fight to the death. But when you look at the two rosters, when you look at the map pick, it is well and truly Bleed favored through. And it is time for us to go to our incredible commentators. I'm hard throwing this incredibly well. Xenox and Guz.
Can we get Ian Chambers on Asia? This bloke doesn't know what he's doing.
It was a point where I'm not gonna lie, I started to think he might actually start talking about the band process.
Yeah, he was rambling.
We were almost going to get into round 1. I thought maybe we're going to get some casting from Manic Monday. No, look, I'm excited for this because I'm very curious for this stage when it comes to Bleed. I mean, you brought up the point regarding Turd. Oh, man, what an awkward room that must be in, that you got dropped, then forced to retrial, and then I guess you were good enough that you got to keep your spot. But it must have this almost like holdover feeling deep down. I think in some ways, speaking candidly, Turd at times has had this almost license to probably, you know, have this social media presence. He likes to speak out, all of these things, and maybe it's a bit of a wake-up call that it's like kind of real things in a little bit, you know, focusing on the game. We're trying to do something very special here. Deimos Montaigne banned out, but I'll be very curious to see stage 2. Do we see a little bit more of a reeled in Turd and God, that sounds weird. Reeled in Turd star. And see.
It's a shocking name. It's a shocking name.
His first name wasn't that amazing either. Who calls themselves Scux and then says, "Nah, I'll be a Turdster instead"? Like, come on, mate. Get with the better name.
He's definitely trolling. He's definitely trolling us, the casters, with that name. I should also, again, sort of clarify a little bit in terms of server selection for this match. So for those unaware, there is a server matrix that is used to match teams against one another because they are scattered across Asia. The default server is SEA, but teams can request a ping test and they'll play on the lowest average, which is UAE North of all servers between these two, a team from South Asia and Singapore. So I don't know, geography does weird things, and that is the server that we'll be playing on. So I think Bleed are on like 110, and I would assume Knock Knock are on like 60 plus. So
it's the only time it's going to happen all stage. So.
Yeah, for sure. It is an anomaly, and so I think as much as I don't like to use it as much of an excuse, I think concessions can be made if Bleed drop a couple rounds here just because of a couple fights don't go their way.
Yeah, but I mean, how much concession do you give them? If they lose this, I think it's completely irrelevant.
Not that far. I'm pitching this as like a 7-4, and Bleed will have some scrappy rounds.
Really, 7-4? Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's certainly a difference maker, but you play in a region where, when we talk about ping, it's always relevant, and it always has been. It's a little bit disappointing that it's kind of propped back up again for this particular game, but I think Bleed of all teams should be, more than fine to deal with this. The question will be if they kind of change their playstyle a little bit to maybe suit said ping, right? Like that's something that we always kind of talk about, that swing playstyle. But I mean, even last time these two teams played last stage, it was 7-3. So you're probably on the ballpark. If you're saying like 7-4, you add that one extra round, it's probably about that 1-2 extra kind of round. But I think on a map like this, Nighthaven Labs defense, we're going to know straight away early on because Bleed really, the quality that they have as a team on this map, they're very proficient at, should be almost like 6-0 territory. That is the gap between these two teams.
So a bit of a roam employed. Leader warehouse, you have storage down lock and key as well, and third room in cafeteria with Hover not too far behind in cargo. So just the single player on site currently from Bleed. Trying to force the attack into playing into the roam. Early Nitro doesn't find its mark. And Knock Knock are playing okay pressure at the moment.
Uh-oh.
And by finding Turd, that's a pretty good start.
Time to retrial.
It's too soon. You can't be saying that.
Well, a good start for Knock Knock. Like you said, I mean, there's certainly a bit of that map pressure being put on. The decent positions that have been gained. Bleed aren't going to play this super passive, right? They're going to hold angles. They're going to try and take these fights. Lovely swing from Holven. Rums with Buck out the window, losing his life on the Thatcher. Evened all up now for Bleed. Holding cargo well, but leader will fall to Envy. Re-establishing the numerical advantage for Knock Knock. Not gonna lie, this is a strange round right now because Bleed just look incredibly passive.
Yeah, we'll see how this one concludes. 50 seconds then on the clock. Exothermic going down from Jittery. And that's going to apply more pressure in towards this objective. Still a hold though, up above Hoven. SMG is good for one, and it's a 3v3.
Hoven putting in the work early for Bleed. Putting them in a good position. From above though, it's Reaps coming in through storage, catches out Jittery. They didn't possibly think about the chance that Bleed would go for first floor retake. Able to get the vert position re-established. And that puts Envy and Sandy in an incredibly difficult position. Not only do you have to push into sight where you haven't really cleared it out, but this player's still above that can push him from behind. The rotations are strong from Bleed. Hoven got them going in the middle portion of this round, but Mentalist able to get a couple at the end. The Goo does the job. Really good flank as well from Reaps. And Bleed will take the opening round without much fanfare. It wasn't exactly an explosive round from Bleed. Got the job done. Good kills from Hoven, and at an individual level, as a team, Bleed never really gave up site control or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, not the worst round.
Yeah, I should comment on the bans as well. Monty, Deimos, Mirror, and Tubarao. The Monty or the Blitz has been rather potent tonight. I think Apex really starting to catch on to the rework shield meta. and starting to use that to great effect. Crit J on the Blitz in the first match of the evening, probably the best example of somebody who was able to get in and get a lot done. The Blitz persisting here into the final match of the evening, and we may well see that card activated at some point in time. The Deimos ban's an intriguing one from Knock Knock. I suppose it's probably to try and limit Bleed's ability to roam clear in the second half, although it will bolster their roam here for the first half.
It's kind of hard to pinpoint, you know, when you kind of look at Knock Knock, if you want to break that round down. Couple of kills early on, Bleed on the roam above. Playing basement labs, you don't really want to sit the 5 down below. Knock Knock got a couple of kills, but then as soon as it came time to actually hit site, formulate that plan of attack, they didn't really do a whole lot. No real utility usage. It was kind of just a push down, hope for the best, a lot of dry peeking. In the end, Bleed had good position. They were certainly in a superior position. So, basic. IT exterior jittery on the Maverick, as always. A staple when it comes to Nighthaven Labs. This angle right here is probably the most viewed angle that we get on this map over the course of the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, it's key for a couple of objectives. I like this little combination they have going with Envy holding down that line. If Reaps oversteps his mark and falls into that LOS, oh, he'll probably die. Does get one with the Nitro, but as predicted, the trade lands. And so with the wall opened up and the Mav falling, it's not the worst of trades if the Ace is able to get to work elsewhere for the Conwall.
Well, it's just literally a 1-for-1, isn't it? The Bandit does his job in theory, kind of gets the kill onto the Maverick, but the wall gets opened up. So there is also the time factor, only 90 seconds. I think either side. And Zdux has left the chat. I said the chat, the game. In theory, also the chat.
Yeah.
That's going to make it way more difficult now, though. From 4-4 to 3-4. I haven't really got any real garage control. Yellow ping intel. Turd could swing if he wants to, but he has to be mindful of the fact that with main breach open, it's going to be a lot harder to go for that sort of swing. Envy, noise made because of the barbed wire. Gumine stepped on. That's a lovely angle. Turd just got absolutely... Well, actually, they 1-for-1'd. Yeah, I mean, ping things, isn't it?
What were you going to say? Finish your sentence. You're going to say you got slammed, didn't you?
Well, I was going to say, yeah, he got slammed. And in theory, he did, but he also did some slamming back.
Well, 2v3 then. 40 seconds on the clock, and a difficult trade out lies ahead for Knock Knock. Envy falls, and Sandy can't swing that as he has to walk past this crossfire. Unfortunate disconnect for Knock Knock. A round that was looking promising, stripped away. And Bleed don't put a foot wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the promising aspects, though, I think when it comes to that round for Knock Knock is the way in which they were able to kind of play around IT. They get the breach opened up, some good Maverick tricking. I like Envy on the rappel as well. On the Buck, they get the 1-for-1 trade with Reaps, so you deal with the Bandit, but you do lose the Maverick. They were starting to try and get a little bit of, you know, garage control as well. And then it was at about that time then we see Zdux get, you know, disconnected. So from 4-4 to 3-4, just as they're trying to get a bit of that map control, map pressure. So, yeah, I agree. I think it was certainly promising. Ultimately, the biggest challenge was always going to be then hitting site. It's going to be one of the hardest ones when it comes to IT and service. So we'll never know, but as soon as they did lose that play, you could really kind of feel all momentum just dissipate out of the server for Knock Knock on the attack. Bleed had full control, never lost sight. And speaking of control, we head to first floor, control and storage. And yeah, I mean, at this point in the round, Knock Knock had already lost Zdux, who looks like he came straight back in. You can see him flicking around the cams and stuff. So I don't imagine this tech should be too long, I hope.
No, I don't think that'll be the case. Yeah, I really enjoyed that contest over towards the main breach. Reaps eventually traded out, and if they're able to keep pace without that DC, I think it would have been a far more interesting round. They still had a couple pieces of util with the Salmos as well late, and that could have exposed some of those defensive positions a little bit more, perhaps, as well. But, yeah, not meant to be. And we go down to first floor for round number 3, storage more specifically. And an upstairs extension, as expected here from Bleed.
bomb.
I do wonder if at any kind of stage of this opening half with Bleed are going to go super aggressive, you know, spawn peeking, jump outs, run outs. So far they look like they're keeping it pretty in check. It can always be that little disrespect element that certainly can come through. You are the top dog. You are the team that made it to the major off the back of stage 1 grand final, went to EWC, kings of the region essentially. You can always have that kind of ego that peaks out. First floor, of course, though, you still want to get top floor control. IT breach, super important. They do so pretty quickly here, Knock Knock. Third, same angle. In command, watching garage, top rafter. Again, going to be a very focal point here in this round. Oh.
So the IQ lurk then available and can deal with default cams and any other utility scattered around. But the upstairs hold here is still very much in one piece outside of the exterior breaches, which are anticipated to be opened up anyway. So I do wonder if Knock Knock are actually going to directly contest, because at the moment it doesn't really look like that will be the case. Bit of a lurk down below, the horizontal pressure as well coming through from the likes of Rhymes with Buck. And so top floor may be largely ignored here by Knock Knock. They don't have a Buck or a Ram, so dedicated Vert. Maybe that's why. But it opens up opportunities like this for Reaps to sit above on these lines of sight and find picks for free.
I mean, I know that's what they're somewhat doing. I don't think you can ignore top floor. Not on this bomb site. I mean, seriously, you've got to be able to play the Vert, try and push out. You can also take the fights too, and then you can go for a pinch on first floor. Logic bomb out. Bleeder got all the best positions. Leader in a great spot as well on the water. That's kit down. Spot that. Call it out. Double kill. Xedox does his job to go for the trade, but he's just a little bit delayed. You know, Reeves got one of the earlier kills and then follows up with another one here, playing from that server position. Flawless round. So they got IT opened up pretty quickly, guys, but and after they got that, they kind of played it off as a bit of perceived pressure and then just kind of left it there.
Yeah, I mean, in the most basic terms, they filtered in one by one and fed Warden, and you can't counter the Warden with the sort of utility that they were attempting to.
You got to know Warden's there
like
as well,
flash
right?
smokes.
So it's bizarre.
Yeah, but again, that links back to a lack of vertical pressure. The horizontal play then doesn't pay off, so they were pretty much forced into that being the final win condition and just hoping they could at minimum trade the Warden. And if that doesn't work out, you don't win the round, and that's what happened.
I mean, is there a world in which you open up IT, then you kind of rotate other side, go for a bit of a blue entry, play from that side of the map, sweep across, try and pinch out players like Turd, like Reeves, clear out server, clear out command, and then from there you've got top floor control. Then you from that can play the Vert, makes it a bit harder to hold certain positions, and then eventually you can get more pressure onto Garage. It just almost felt a little bit too one-dimensional, a little bit almost too horizontally direct, especially at the end there with the double jump in towards the Warden. There was just no map control from Knock Knock, and it almost felt like they didn't want to take it. Yeah, Bleed aren't really doing a whole lot here, but one thing they are doing is they're actually playing very conventional Siege. You know, this is a team that, like, when you kind of look at a lot of these players, and when this team was first put together, they too, like a lot of teams in Asia, played a bit of that fast pace. But as they've been able to play more and more internationally, you can almost see the elements of that creeping into their playstyle where they don't make these mistakes. I mean, I'll take it back, guys, to the oh no, was it the game that me and James did on Clubhouse with, was it us? The swinging Songler and the swinging Scarlet? I can't recall who I cast it with.
On Club, that was with James. With
Yeah, with
the
James.
bandit tricks. Yeah.
I did do 2 clubs today, so you can excuse me there, but you can see the differences. You're not seeing that from Bleed. They're not playing weird angles. They're not over-swinging. They're playing confident as a team. Good trade positions. Their positions they're holding matter and certainly are the right ways to play. They're not jumping out. They're not running out. They're not disrespecting Knock Knock. They're just playing a pretty standard style of Siege that I think holds up well, and they're just getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, their structure's really sound, and it seems like Knock Knock are looking for that point of least resistance. They don't have the confidence in the systems to, you know, break that down with consistency. That's why we probably saw the horizontal rotation last round. And so Bleed can just double down in playing standard Siege. They don't need to be taking big risks to find success. Another roam above. Info this time available to Knock Knock, so we'll see how they go about clearing it. They also have the Jackal Dockerby combo, and if they're able to clear that path, the Ram can then follow through and help open up this floor above the objective.
Yeah, decent lineup. I like this lineup for Knock Knock. You got the Jackal, the Dockerby can certainly facilitate the clear game, and then you've got Floor Breach, or floor, soft wall, soft floor, then hard breach. But again, I don't think Bleed are going to really give them much here, so you've got to go find it, right? That's the thing. Red ping information, can you play off it? Nope. Soon as they get that intel onto Reaps and his whereabouts, he finds the kill. You've got to play an outside window. You can play together. You can go for a pinch. Instead, it was a solo push from Sandy on the Jackal, feeling like he could do it himself. You had Zedux just outside. Now Zedux goes for the bolt in. That's really unfortunate timing for Reaps, because he held that even just 1 second longer, Guz, and he gets a kill.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure there with the flash, which I think may have pushed him off that angle. And so some slightly better synchronization there from Knock Knock. Clear that third above. They have that pre-established vert now to play off, but they haven't
nice
fully
kill.
cleared it just yet. Hoven does fall though, but it's turd up above. He could be the one to flip the round back.
Yeah, hasn't moved. Doesn't need to. Not a lot of time. Knock Knock still need to get to sight. Turd can kind of just hold this, and even if no one walks into his line of sight, he'll eventually play a rotate game. He does actually lose his life, and that was Jittery denied, who was getting the plant down. There was not a lot of time remaining. So that is a huge change in the round. Even though Turd lost his life, 2 versus 3, Kit in a bad spot, not a lot of time left. Rhymes with Buck though, gets a huge critical kill onto Mentalist. Now they know Leader by himself in towards Garage. He does win the 1v1 against Zedux. Zedux probably could have just ran at that point and tried to fall to sight and help out with the other two, and Envy and Rhymes with Buck. They will get the plant down. Leader, again, taking another 1v1. He knows the plant is close and he gets the headshot kill. 3 1v1s created because you gave them to him.
Oh, that's why they picked him up. Good solo play there from Leader. I don't think the attempt there from Knock Knock was all too bad. The flash there to try and cover and go for the plant. Maybe a little bit over aggressive. Second player couldn't trade, immediately stuck in that plant animation. And once you're left on that island on the high ground, Leader knows exactly where that player is and lands the shot with some good crosshair placement.
So Zedux doesn't need to peek there at all because he can actually hide. He plays the hide game, force then Leader to have to drop down. He has to drop the hatch to deny the plant. Then from there, you can actually follow in from behind and you can then get that pinch. So there's multiple ways you can play that round if you're Knock Knock, if you're just a little bit more patient. It's a 3 versus 1. It is a 3 versus 1, and you have intel where that player is and where his rotation path is to try and stop plant. And it's just Zedux peaks, and then at that point, I can't remember if it was, it was definitely Envy. Envy feels like he's kind of stopped the cross to the planter, so he's holding an angle where he exposes himself. Don't get me wrong, throughout all of this, Leader's hitting some great shots, and he has to, and it's 3 1v1s. He could die at any moment. He's played that really, really well, but man, he's been also just handed that on a silver platter. 4 rounds defensively, 4 bleed. Better from Knock Knock overall, and I will say, I don't think the scoreboard is entirely indicative. They've had good moments, but they haven't been able to piece it all together in one round.
Oh, that Nitro was incredibly close to finding multiple members of this attacking lineup. Doesn't quite land though. Sandy took a chunk of damage from the Nitro and then took a couple taps from his teammate alongside, so now 24 HP. Double hard breach though in play for Knock Knock. The hard breach game so far has been pretty solid. Not too many qualms in that regard. Bandit in play though this time. So they may have to sync with some vert pressure from below if the wall's being actively tricked, which I don't believe it is. In fact, Reaps is in electrical, so peeking that angle and really has no interest in contesting the breach, but with the Mav in play anyway, that's good decision making from Knock Knock, and once again they'll just hold down the line and ensure that nobody from Bleed over aggresses.
Do need to keep in mind somewhat this is a map that can lean favor towards defense. Every chance that Knock Knock will be able to flip things a little bit in the second half, but Bleed building up a very strong foundation now with this scoreline. And I actually think there's probably another 2 levels that they can go to in terms of gears. Flash in from Envy, well, he's done a great job of flashing himself there. So he can't now play off of that piece of utility. It's not a huge loss, but every piece of utility certainly matters. Does get the drone in, does spot the goo mine, doesn't get much else. 60 seconds left, Mentalist close, shotgun towards blue. Prepared for a potential flash push in. And Zedux has made his way at least towards Rafters, so starting to get a little bit more control closer to site.
Yeah, 3 summers in the pocket. Mute Jammer though juggled by Hoven. Right on cue. Absolutely perfectly times the juggle. And any chance now of pressuring in towards the ace side outside of a blue hit is off the cards now. Yeah, and they can't clear the Mute Jammer from down below.
Well, the opening kill for Hoven, 5-1. He has been incredibly efficient. Kill back at least from Zedux does keep this round still alive. A second found in quick succession. It's been a rough game for Turd. 1 and 4. Not a lot of time remaining though, and it's been the same old story really in this half where it comes down to this final push and they usually will get slaughtered, and even though you get that 1 pick, no one is able to get the kit onto the ground. Hoven finds a couple in this round. He is tremendous right now. The latency clearly not affecting some for Bleed, maybe others are though. As for Knock Knock, well, they just not have been able to really get anything towards site. Off site hasn't been too bad, but you don't win rounds off site, guys.
No, again, hard breach play, the Mav combo, great, but then stalled out immediately there on the breach. Now they did try to unlock that with the buck down below, but the shots didn't land. Beaten out on the third on the high ground. And then it kind of unraveled quite promptly from that point onwards. And yeah, the replay package confirms it. It was Hoven up above.
Yeah, Sandy's not even looking.
He hit a perfectly timed Mute Jammer, so that was a key point in the round, and he played that incredibly well. That was all on him. And then the follow-up from the attack just not up to the task.
Well, I did say at the start of this game, 6-0 could be on the cards for Bleed at the conclusion of this opening half, and it's very close to being achieved. Again, there's been some decent moments from Knock Knock. It's just the reality of kind of where they are at and where, there is a huge gulf between these two teams. But you think back to last stage, and it was a 7-3 on Chalet. So this is even worse. But I did put it to the Matt Vito. When I saw the Matt Vito, I just thought, well, this is a loss instantly, and it's a matter of by how much. And I think it's a testament to Bleed that they've been able to improve their map pool over the last 6 to 8 months. And this is not a map that they played at all throughout stage 1 in terms of group stage. Brought it out only until the grand final, and then it has now become a staple. It's a hard team when you're a team like... You could have taken them to any map, and clearly showed by the fact that Bleed actually ended up leaving Lair all the way through. They knew full well they could have got anything here, and it would have been sound. But on a map like Nighthaven Labs, it can feel so claustrophobic trying to push in and clear out. Reaps, close angle here on the IT breach. The way he's holding this, though, is just so confident.
I think the trolling's creeping in a little bit now.
Yeah.
How does he get out of that?
What?
Okay, he shouldn't be getting out.
He shouldn't have been there in the first place.
I think that little moment really just highlights the lack of confidence that Knock Knock have in clearing these positions. Now, I mean, to an extent, hard to blame them. You're 0-5 down against the best team in the region, or one of the best teams in the region, but you're never going to be competitive if that's how you approach the game.
I think Hover would be a bit disappointed that he couldn't actually get the kill there onto Envy. Flashback in towards Blues, Edox on the other side. Logic Bomb, second one and last one now utilized. 90 seconds left. Hoven, I think, could just fall back off this, allow the entry. They got one over towards Blue anyway in Mentalist. He may actually catch them off guard somewhat. There was a bit of a pre-fire spray. Love the close ankle swing as well. So you had the longer range shots come through. Envy then gets lulled into the sense that maybe close range hasn't quite got covered anymore, but Hoven then swings in. Turd again losing his life. 1 and 5. and struggle streak for him. But as a team, Bleed doing more than fine. Eventually, Hoven will lose his life. Leader just got brought back up. Rhymes with Buck able to get rid of Reaps, and suddenly a round is winnable for Knock Knock. It's a 2 versus 2, guys. And a very wounded 2v2, might I add. A Mentalist goes for the swing. The hint of trolling certainly has crept in for this 6th round.
Yeah, and Leader now 5 HP. Already hit one big clutch this evening, but this one would be arguably even bigger and incredibly unlikely at this point. Knock Knock able to flick a switch through that push there, show some confidence and a good number of double swings as well. And with 25 seconds on the clock, the perfect half for Bleed now looking far more challenging.
Was one. And then done. Finally, Knock Knock on the board. They will get one attacking round in the half against Bleed. And look, honestly, it's definitely deserved. Without a shadow of a doubt, you can certainly say that, you know, elements of troll creeping in, troll gameplay from Bleed, Reaps over towards IT Breach. Mentalist at the end through blue doesn't need to swing outside. There's only like 55 seconds left. You still got good numbers. You can fall back, play sight. But deserved. I think Knock Knock did enough in that half to at least get 1 to 2 rounds. They get one. And honestly, Nighthaven Labs is the kind of, you know, map that one it could be enough. But not in this matchup. Not in this matchup, not with these two teams. Straight to basement.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't paint the brightest of pictures for South Asia in this stage, and it's going to continue to be an uphill battle.
Is this the biggest gulf in? I mean, in honestly any regional league between the top team and the bottom team? It very well could be. It's up there. It's in the conversation at the very least.
Yeah, probably. I think again, it's reflective of the international experience that Bleed have, bringing in Leader as well, alongside all the other tournaments they've been able to play. And unfortunate for South Asia, they're kind of just chilling in their own little sub-region and have limited scrim quality and competition. And that's
tell you what,
why they're in this position.
Leader has been playing incredibly well, because this is almost like a welcome to APAC moment, playing on 110 ping. 8-3.
I'd hate to see him in some of the other games on SCA where they're on, I think, 10 or less ping, being in Singapore. He'll be looking real sharp.
Put much stock into the 1-5 start for Turd. It's been a rough one. He hasn't really been able to win any of his ones. Take that as a no comment. I don't know if you've just completely trolled
Sorry,
me.
did you pose a question?
Oh, well, I certainly did. Yeah, I asked you, do you put any stock into the start that Turd has had going 1-5?
Oh, sorry, it was a bit long-winded. I lost you by the end of it. No. In a match this one-sided, anybody can get away with having suboptimal stats. As long as you're dominating the match, it really doesn't matter.
Yep.
I only start to get concerned if we're towards like the tail end of the season or early playoffs and it's close matches and he's struggling. That's when I start to raise the red flag a bit. But in a result like this in isolation, it's almost irrelevant.
Swapping mags.
The pacing here set really by Knock Knock not wanting to take this early fight, but then there's the slow crab swing from Jittery. Sandy does at least get one on to Leader to rectify the poor start to the round here for Knock Knock on the defense. Oh, Holven will sit down Envy. A low HP Sandy with Rhymes with Buck. Still alive as a duo. Drop down for Bleed. Very successful one. There is Turd finding a crucial kill for himself. As Reaps will get the diffuser onto the floor. Sandy will look for a drop as well. He does a little 360. He gets a nice kill onto Turd. It's that kind of night if you Turd. It's just unfortunately wrong place. And he gets 360'd on the hatch drop, but Bleed win the round and they go up 6-1.
I don't think he can blame Ping on that one. That was just, he just got styled on. But again, it actually validates my previous point, right? He can get shit on and it just has zero impact in the round and it's having little impact in the match.
Yeah.
A testament to the rest of the Bleed roster. They've stepped up tonight. And again, Leader, who's being inducted into APAC this evening, getting the full immersive experience, playing quite well.
I've got to say,
there's a nice goal. There's a nice goal.
I think for Bleed, one thing that I've always been incredibly impressive is just their ability to dominate locally. It's like very easy to have this ethos that where it's like, oh well, it's knock knock, who cares, and we'll just win. But to me, again, this is just external, kind of looking in. But I've seen with Bleed over the last 12 months or so, they just always look like they're locked in and treating every game with that respect. Sure, maybe within a certain round when they're up, 6-1 or 5-1 or whatever, they might add those little elements of troll and certainly could, play smarter Siege. But for the most part, they come into this game tonight, they're not messing around. They want to, their attitude is like they want to destroy you. And I think that's the best way to go about it.
Yeah, it's a ruthless league. There's no point really taking the foot off the pedal for what is a rather short regular season and then into playoffs. It's best to just take every match as it comes and treat every opponent with respect, which for the vast majority of this match Bleed have done, which is commendable. And now it's all about just wrapping a bow on it and ending this cleanly. Top floor attack round 8. Envy though, able to get the first pick. Trade though, onto Sandy. So that's the Azami off the board and no more keeper barriers to be placed for the remainder of the round.
It's probably what I would like to see from Knock Knock, and it's just a case of keeping these rounds a little bit more honest. You can't be losing rounds flawlessly, 5-1s, all these kind of things. It's, can you get these trades? Okay, you lose one, can you gain one back? And you kind of keep it scrappy. I mean, this will be the hardest test on the stage, Playday 1, and they get to learn a lot from this. I think this is actually what you would want. If you're a team like Knock Knock, it's like, let's play the best straight away, learn from that, see what the best looks like and how we can maybe take elements of that. And if I'm Knock Knock, I'm not coming into this game expecting to beat them, but it's all about what can you take away from it. What are those learnings? What are those key takeaways? And then applying that to the rest of the stage. What better time to get those learnings than than Playday 1?
So breach pressure then from Bleed. We didn't see a lot of that from Knock Knock in through Garage, and we'll see what kind of problems this may pose in the 4 versus 3. This should be quite tradable. But Envy aggressive. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, he was aggressive at the start of the round as well when he got that kill on to Leader. Reaps now technically a 1v3, already having gotten one of the kills though. Up close, cut break is good. Jittery's on the floor, but then rhymes with Buck comes to save the day. No last second heroics from Mr. Keanu Reaps himself. It's a second round that has been acquired now for Knock Knock.
I think Reaps just had like a very momentary panic moment. I don't know if he had identified immediately that the clash had been down, but he could have positioned himself slightly better there. Either way, though, it's a minute mistake. Envy was really the key player in the round, found the multi, and swung things back. After that wall had been opened up into side and left the defense exposed, I was a little bit afraid that Bleed were going to be able to trade out that advantage, but some good resilience there from Knock Knock, and they head us over to storage and control for round number 9.
Yeah, as I said earlier, they got 3 rounds last stage against Bleed. 2 rounds here on defense. Labs certainly could get another 1 or 2. Would then bode well for your prediction of like that kind of 7-4 scoreline, which in the end would actually, I think, be a pretty decent result for Knock Knock.
10 seconds left.
Zedox has played well. Honestly, at an individual level, I mean, I'm not kind of ragging on Jittery here, but, Envy, Sandy, Zedox, Buck, they've all had good moments. It's been a pretty commendable effort inside of the server. They just haven't quite got the quality of the team to deal with those, late round executions, especially on the attacking side, but they certainly were a bit better there in that last round. Buck has completely messed that one up.
Yeah, that was butchered pretty hard. think
So
it was a
this
misclick at
is
the
why
start and
I
then
was
missed the next.
praising. James was all about, they just messed it up, blah blah blah. See, it's not easy. It's not easy. Couldn't even get one wall, let alone two.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened there. But I do know the wall has been opened up, so pressure into warehouse now for the remainder of the round, and all eyes now over towards the exterior IT breach. Turd on the shock drone. We'll be looking to help clear utility. And nobody from Knock Knock clears said shock drone, but 2 in the pocket still for Rhymes with Buck. And he got that one, so he made up for it.
Yeah, a little bit later in the round though. Reap's already in towards electrical. Double digits for Reaps along with Hoffen.
Reloading.
21 between them have been really lighting up the server. Expecting maybe someone to come in through the back of Con, but his senses not quite correct from our vision. We know that's not going to be occupied by anyone of Knock Knock. Really doing a good job though of trying to keep this vert established. Reeves is just trying to see if anyone's going to walk into him, and rightfully so, because that's something that Knock Knock have actually been kind of doing. Going for these peaks, going for these swings. Reeves has really had no one walk into him. Leader found one onto Jittery, 3v3, 60 seconds left, in towards Sight Dome. Leader can get the plant down. Reeves almost finding the kill through the floorboards. Match Assault not going to do anything, and the plant has successfully gone down. It's now a retake scenario for Knock Knock.
Oh, the drop down. Will it be successful? Likely not. Rise with Buck now. A 1v2 still up above as Turkle's GG in the chat. And leaves.
He's left! He's got no faith in Rhymes with Buck. I've never wanted someone to win more than that, but he lost. That is so incredibly toxic from Turd. He called GG and left the server before the round was done. Rhymes with Buck had every chance in a 1v2. Turd said, nah, no chance. You ain't beating my teammates. Bleed, take it. In the end, 7-2 on Nighthaven Labs.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that.
At Pro League,
no, not at this level. And look, to be honest, probably rightfully so. We'll bring Rob in and get his deep analytical takes on what was an absolutely incredible 7-2.
Riveting. Lots of analytical moments for me to break down. So many, in fact, I'm struggling to choose. Michael, there's a lot of moments that really warrant my attention. The least of which, Turd, not on. Sorry, absolutely not on. That is ridiculously disrespectful. I'll call it out when I see it. That's some shit. You should not be doing that in a professional match against another team.
I love
it. Professionalism as he just swears and talks about professionalism.
Can't help it, mate. That's just, for me, that's one step too far on a team that is at the bottom of the rung in your own league.
Is this a bit personal, Rob? Has anyone done that to you before? I feel like you get...
Nah, just like fair enough if it's a like a Fury, for example, and there's a bit of banter in the chat, but
right.
Yeah, I don't know. That rubs me up the wrong way. But let's start talking about this match as a whole. I think from start to finish, there was never any question. I actually think that it's probably more the conversation like we had with Hasib, which is, what did we see from Knock Knock? Was it enough? And for me, against Bleed on, a map like Nighthaven Labs, where you're expecting Bleed to... I don't think any team in Asia is going to beat them. Honestly, I think Knock Knock hold their own in some of those rounds. There are some rounds that get quite close. There are a lot of rounds that come down to trays toward the end of the round. I think there were 2 or 3 that I could count where you're literally coming down to 2v2, 3v3s. And a 1v3 going the way of Leader, which was a massive performance. I think that overall, this is the Bleed that we needed to see. This is the Bleed that we wanted to see. And this is a statement set for the rest of the stage, guys.
Yeah, for sure. They put the foot down, Bleed, minimized the trolling to the best of their ability, and had a couple of big standout moments in a match where it's actually quite difficult to have those. A good induction for Leader to the APAC level and the environment in which it offers. And for Bleed, again, it's just about keeping that pressure up and not letting the foot slip, which I think has probably been one of their biggest improvements over the last 6 months.
Now, I'm just going to call out something before we even start this interview. I saw Leader jump inside of our Discord and he instantly muted. This man is Media Trade. Let's welcome him in and welcome him into the Asia League for the very first time. Leader, I've got to say, there's a lot of things we could talk about. You know, your 1v3 in that game, the fact that it was so dominant. But I kind of want to get more of a holistic picture after EWC, in between EWC and Stage 2 now. What has that transition been like preparing for Asia League?
I mean, I'll be honest, like we haven't really practiced too much since EWC, but like we have definitely like talked a lot about the issues we had in the game against especially W7M, and like addressing like mistakes we made on certain maps, because from the outside it could be like, oh, they're just a Night Even Labs team kind of thing, but we are much more than that. Like we are good on every map, and we're just gonna like prove that to everyone going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's the complete opposite because I go back to stage 1 and Labs didn't even come out until like the grand final. So if anything, it really kind of highlights the deep map pool that I think you guys actually have. I think coming into this stage though, what's the thought process when it comes to the fact that once again it's going to be that slog, and you guys are aware that the fact that, you know, you got Fury that have been, you know, boot camping, they've been doing everything that they possibly can to kind of rectify that loss in the grand final last stage. Is it just about trying to keep it 1 week at a time, or you're looking big picture here in the way that you guys want to play, and then how that can then be utilized at say a major, for example, and the way that your style of play is?
Yeah, like I mean, the way we see the league right now is like we think no matter what we can definitely qualify to playoffs. So it's about like just steady improvements during the league, the first few games, and then when it comes to playoffs, like that's obviously the important games that mean something to qualify to the major, and we just want to be ready for that.
Well, I'll take the discussion back very briefly to the maps. Lair almost making it through. Obviously not exposing your strats too much. What are your, I guess, overarching thoughts on the map? I mean, we've seen Fnatic and ITB go at it. Big, large map and a lot of opportunities. Are you guys very much prepared and ready to play it?
Yeah, definitely. Like we all love the map. Obviously, as you saw, like we were ready to play it today. They didn't want to, so I mean, like we think we're going to be the best on the map, like any map that comes out to this region, because we just feel like we have the best players to learn a new map quickly. So yeah, we're ready to play it.
Speaking on your integration into the roster, it's not something that obviously I saw coming. You know, a performer like yourself coming to the Asia League and to be on a roster like Bliss Bleed. See, there goes my mind again. It's starting to get late in the morning. I do want to know a little bit as to the decision for you to come and join Bleed and to integrate into this roster. It's obviously quite a significant move and a big adjustment. Where did this come about?
Yeah, so actually after like the major with GK, after we done well in Atlanta, I had quite a few offers, and nothing really like struck out to me like before SI. So it was kind of like wasn't really making a full decision. And then after SI, I heard from a couple of players that Asfi, for instance, had a military service. It wasn't like a decision they wanted to kick him. He was a good player. They liked him. But it was one of those things they were like, look, we got a player that's leaving. We can't do anything about it, but we'd want to pick up you. And so I was like very keen from the start. I didn't get to play stage 1. That was down to my own mistakes. I kind of like I didn't choose a team when I had the opportunity, so I missed out on stage 1. The opportunity was gone when I actually like had a decision. So when it came to before EWC, I had quite a few offers from EU as well, and because I was so keen on Bleed before, I feel like I could have the biggest impact on this team, and I feel like they're showing great stuff internationally and everything. I just thought it was like a great fit.
Well, I think I won't speak on behalf of all of us, but I'll definitely speak on behalf of myself. I think that it's looking like it's a really good fit for you and the rest of the roster. So I'm excited to see what you guys will concoct over the rest of the stage. I'd love to sit here and continue to ask you questions, but quite frankly, it's 1:40 in the morning, and I think everyone wants to go to bed. So instead of doing that, we'll wrap this one up, and I'll leave you with the last comment. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
I just want to say thanks to the supporters. Like everyone especially like everyone in Asia has been like so nice. It's like I'm not used to it. Like everyone's so toxic in EU, you know, the typical how it is over there. So yeah, it's just nice to be like welcome to a new region. Everyone's so nice, and yeah, thanks to the fans as well. Thanks you guys for casting and doing a good job on the desk as well.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, I don't know about these boys. No worries. I'll make sure. Don't worry. It's
He's already
okay.
said it, Rob.
Leader, no, he hasn't. He actually takes it back. He just sent me a DM. Leader sent a DM. Cool. Leader, obviously, I'm sure we'll chat to you at a later point in the stage. But thank you very much, mate. Enjoy.
All right. Cheers. Thank you, guys.
See you tomorrow. That's equivalent to just DCing from the server.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Honestly, I think the equivalent is probably you saying that and then just seeing us at playoffs, mate. That's probably where that conversation leads to. But
you know who they play tomorrow, Rob?
I don't know who they play tomorrow. You tell me.
The Warriors themselves.
Not Bleed get back-to-back games?
Yeah.
That's tough. That is tough. I tell you what, I would not be looking forward to that game if I were on the receiving end of it. But again, kind of wrapping up and summarizing what we've seen from Bleed there, I think every team tonight that needed to come out and perform and needed to make a statement has done so, guys. And I don't think there's any questions about the results. They were all very firm, might be the right way of saying it. It's probably an awful phrase, but all of these games are very convincing.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only one where you could maybe make an argument, it had a couple of sketchy moments, was match number 2. Rivals got off to a decent start and applied some pressure throughout that matchup. But as the scoreline suggests, all the other games were decisive, and I think the scorelines, to be fair, honestly, rather fitting for each result. And there's going to be a couple of playdays like that in Asia. Unfortunately, that's just due to the nature of how seeding works, etc. And because we sort of have a pretty definitive top 4, bot 4. But I think as things develop and that seeding shuffles up with the fixturing, we should be in for some close matches going forward.
Jake, any additional comments?
I mean, I think you could probably just end the season right now and put the grand final up. It's Fury Bleed 1-2 done.
That's a big call.
Look, honestly, at the end of the day, it's not really a surprise in terms of the results that we got tonight. I'm pretty sure I'm 4 from 4 from the predictions. You would be as well, guys. As always, the supreme predicting casting pair.
I don't honestly. I don't know why.
All I hope is supreme casting pair. I don't know what you said in between that. But...
Yeah, of course you did. Of course. I don't know how you two get through doors. I have absolutely no idea how those heads fit into any premises.
Open door then opens and you
got to duck under it and push your head in so it doesn't get caught. Yeah,
and go on the side and walk in like that. That's probably your best bet. Look, I'd ask for both of your final comments, but I'm kind of sick of you, so I guess I'll see you back tomorrow night, as we will with all the viewers. Thank you very much for watching the start of Asia League. We continue with Playday tomorrow.